Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This time, 8. Welcome. Okay, you need off my lap because you're just trying to eat everything on the desk. Welcome for real this time. This isn't a what's the word? Like a false start. It's not a when you trick some, it's, oh my gosh, it's going to be a long stream. This isn't a you know what I'm talking about. It's way too early. Like the first sentence is out of my mouth for me to start with this type of thing already. It's not a fake out. Oh, that's not it either. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, I did a quick 2-minute live stream earlier because I'm having some issues with my internet and stuff, as in I think it's false start. Maybe Rich P. 56 Nick Rich says I hit the like on the prequel post. Yes. Oh, there's a little bit of a story behind that. Just a little bit. But like my computer, all these weird updates have been happening recently. I was logged out of Firefox. I haven't logged back in properly yet. It's just some things that I was logged into, I got booted out of because of all these fucking updates. I hate them. I hate them. But yesterday the problem was, here, I'm actually going to pull this up because it's fun. I'll end with it, but I'll start with this too, this image, once I find out which docket I put it in. This one. Okay. So I'm really distracted. So yesterday I was working on my TYT video. I spent like 5 hours to not even progress in it. It was Emma was on a show recently. Anna Kasparian was also on a show recently, and there was very clippable moments in that I had to add to some already made montages in the first half. And then when I was doing the one montage, I'm like, oh, they're saying this. I wonder if I can find the source. So then I spent hours, okay, maybe just 1 hour on that part, looking to see if I could find the video where Anna was talking shit about Glenn Beck. And I came across some very interesting videos when, you know, that's the thing. You go down this rabbit hole, and I came across some interesting things. I'm going to show you a screen grab from one of the videos. It's going to be like a jump scare, just to warn you. This is just from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. So just warn you, jump scare. Jump scare here. We have poor Ben Mankiewicz with Jimmy Dore, Dave Rubin, Anna Kasparian, talking about how Glenn Beck was trying to minimize Bill Cosby's assault claims. It was just 10 years ago, this image here, and I'm looking at it like, wow, things have changed. Things have changed just a little bit since then. I'll probably end the live stream with that too, just because it's a little fun. And for people who maybe aren't watching yet, because it's been a week. I'll have to pre-ask everyone here to forgive me if I have to end the stream before I'm even remotely close to getting done. I'm in a bit of a heightened emotional state. Just issues with Frodo. Some of you who follow me might. Oh, and did I get any, like, thumbs up that everything is looking okay and sounding okay? I'll start. Well, you obviously heard me if you're trying to figure out what word I was saying. And you obviously saw the kitty cat, so I guess everything is working well. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm not working. Welcome to this. Oh, right, I forgot to do this part. Already in the sandbox, we have Atticus among us, 56 Nick Rich, the True Democratic North, Rich P. Diamond Weight Loss has jumped in again. I think I remember you from before. That's a long answer to that question as to why does TYT suck now. It's a long answer, and it's a project I've been working on. I'll talk a little bit more about it later on, for about a year. We have the almighty Revlo. And I know this isn't some of your real names because, again, everything is getting messed up in YouTube. And hello, PB, and hermatologist. Like, they want to change how my email looks and all this sort of stuff. And as somebody who's autistic and likes consistency and these sorts of things, nothing pisses me off more than when they start trying to adjust settings to make it look neater, fresher. No, just make it look the same. If you want to add some fancy new features, fine, but make it look the same and make all the buttons that I'm used to in the same place. I hate all these updates constantly. The fact that I got booted out of Firefox and I tried logging back in, but apparently since it's been ages since I've done that, I must have gone under a different profile. So now it wants me to make a new profile from my old profile. And I'm like, fuck no, I hate doing that sort of thing. And then, like, even on the little icons on my toolbar, there's like little bubbles on them now that I despise and I want to get rid of because they bug me every time I look at it, because it's like, what am I supposed to do with a little briefcase now that's on my Firefox icon? I hate it. I hate it. And I just, I hate that this is always imposed on us. We rarely ever get a chance. Although with my email, they did make one change once and they suffered such huge backlash, me included. I sent very strongly worded emails towards them, that they actually did reverse things. But I just want consistency. Because it messes things up. Like, I have no say. As somebody who uses YouTube as my job, I have no say in this. But anyway, oh, right, the reason why I even started talking about the TYT thing, my ADHD is totally acting up right now because of my heightened emotional stress, which I'll get back to once I get back to this. So what happened was yesterday I was doing all this research and clipping videos and stuff. But when I was clipping one of the videos in my OBS, I accidentally hit start streaming instead of start recording, because one's right above the other, of course. And so I accidentally hit start streaming and I didn't realize it. And somehow it connected to an old live stream of mine from like a year ago. And I'm like, what is up with that? So I ended up accidentally deleting that entire live stream. But then when I tried to start the live stream here, it was still somehow logged into that live stream that I stopped. Like, I wasn't even streaming on, because like I just hit start streaming in OBS, but I didn't have anything set up in my YouTube. So it just automatically went. And so normally there's this page that I'm looking at now where it has like this end stream button at the top. But instead it was, we're ready to go. You just hook us up to whatever device that you're live streaming from. And I'm like, but I don't want, what is going on? And so I think I fixed it now by just scheduling this new stream. I think that's overwritten that one. But man, does it piss me off when that sort of thing happens. It should be more intuitive and easier to use, but it's not. It's really not. So I think, and so that's why earlier I did like a 2-minute long live stream, was I wanted to make sure with all the updates, with all the buttons that's like, here, push this and whatnot, that I didn't totally fuck things up and that I could still live stream properly. Because I've already spent the entire day working on all these dockets, getting them in order. So I just wanted to make sure that everything was working fine, and apparently it was. And I got some thumbs up, and a lot of people jumped into it right away, which is super nice. I like that. I like that it showed up for you guys, because it actually showed up for you guys faster than it did for me. Anyway, we have more people jumping in because we also have the reference frame in. Did I say hi to Hermatologist already? If not, hi. I think I have. Diamond Weight Loss says, I saw you on the Majority Report and you look interesting. I've never been on the Majority Report. I'd like to go on the Majority Report. I've called into the Majority Report. Majority Report has shouted me out on very rare occasions. 56 Nick Rich. I actually have that in my docket. We'll see what we get to, the Megyn Kelly bullshit. Just absolutely. This makes me want to like barf all over the place. But yeah, so again, I just want to warn people that I might have to leave the stream early if my emotions kind of go out of control. The joys of autism and no treatments for autism whatsoever is that you can become very emotional. And I'm having issues with Frodo. He is very, I don't know. Like, he has the mass on his neck. It's gotten bigger, but it's not like it's raging out of control growing. He seems healthy. He can walk around. He's alert. He still loves his bedtime snuggles and stuff, but he just stopped eating. So, I went to the vet on Wednesday morning to pick up some medications, and the vet had actually prescribed some pain medication for him in case maybe he's suffering from pain and just not showing me, and that's why he's not eating. And so when I got home, I gave it to him. The vet did not warn me that it might cause him to become lethargic and wobbly when he walks. And so around noon or 1 o'clock, when he was roaming around the apartment and he was struggling and his back end would just flop over, I naturally thought he was dying and totally lost my shit. Totally lost my shit. And so I had to cancel my appearance on this space rather abruptly without giving them much warning, because I was in no condition to do a live stream at that point, thinking my cat was dying. Like, literally, I thought he was going to be dead in a few hours. I was also supposed to record an interview with that doctor that was on the night of the Mandami live stream election, Mark Allen, to talk about viruses and illnesses and stuff here in Canada. I was super looking forward to that conversation, so I had to cancel that too because I was losing my fucking mind. He's okay. It's just apparently that is a side effect. And I guess since it was a new medication for him, he wasn't ready for it. But now when I give it to him, he's nowhere near as bad as when I first started giving it to him. He'll still get a bit dopey, but he's not flopping over and stuff. Like, I totally lost my shit. But he's still not eating. Like, he ate a little bit after I gave him the pain medication. I thought, okay, maybe that's it. And then he stopped eating again. And so right now I'm spoon feeding him. Because if I can get the food on his tongue and down his throat, that that's what I have to do. Because I had word from the vet that they weren't going to go forward with his surgery because he had stopped eating. But now they called me on Friday to say, okay, maybe, yeah, we will still go through with it, but we need to do more blood work to see if he's deteriorated too much since because of his change in eating habits. But if it's okay, the blood work is okay on Monday. So the blood work will be done on Monday, be a couple days before I get the results. The surgery is scheduled for November 28th, if everything is okay. So it might mean that I have to spoon feed him until that day. And if that's what I have to do, that's what I will do. It's just, again, it's killing me that just a couple weeks ago, he was absolutely fine. The lump wasn't that big. If they had just done the surgery right then, when he was still eating, he had gained weight at that point. He's lost all that weight he's gained. I'm just, every hour or so I go to check on him and just hope he's still breathing. Like, that's where I'm at with him. But then when he is walking around, he seems fine. Bedtime snuggles are still bedtime snuggles. I'm still waking up to him, brushing his nose, his face on my nose, and waking me up and wanting to snuggle and stuff. Like, he's still very much himself. And if it wasn't for the fact he wasn't eating and the mass on his neck, you'd never know he was sick. So it's killing me because when Tulip's time came, I was okay with it. Like, it was still sad seeing her go, but I was okay with it because, her quality of life had gone down. And you knew there was no getting out of it. And even I had this cat here, Thumper. He lived till he was 16. But when his time came, again, I was okay with it because he had turned into a little old man, and I needed to specially feed him, not spoon feed him, but he had to be fed separate than the other cats to make sure that he did eat and stuff. And he would wake me up at 6 o'clock in the morning. And this is where Frodo got it from. Thumper would wake me up at like 6 o'clock in the morning by doing this. And Frodo actually learned a lot of his mannerisms from Thumper. And so, but when his time came, I was devastated and I was sad, but it was his time, With Frodo, I'm not there. I don't feel like this is his time. I feel like he still has a lot of life left in him, a lot of good quality life left in him. So, yeah, I'm just in a heightened sense of stress for the next couple weeks. Hoping tomorrow that the blood work comes back and that he can still go for his surgery. Hoping that, he at least maintains where he's at until the surgery, because the thing is that if they had removed the mass when it was first an issue and then he stopped eating, then I might be able to be like, okay, it's something else causing it and maybe there's nothing we can do about it. But since it was happening at the same time, the sudden growth in the mass and his stopping to eat, I can't help but think they're connected. And it's killing me. It's killing me. So I'm checking on him regularly, just making sure he's still breathing. He still wants cuddles. He still wants to be petted. He can still walk around. He can still jump on and off my bed. And it's not a low-sitting bed. I just don't feel like it's his time. So hopefully the blood work comes back okay tomorrow. I won't get it back tomorrow, but the blood work is being done tomorrow. And so a few days later, I'll know if he's hopefully okay for the blood work to proceed with the surgery on the 28th that he is currently scheduled for. I'd love to get him in sooner than that. And then after the surgery, if he's still not eating, then there might be an issue, to pay for the cost of the surgery just for him to live. Like if it's good quality life for a couple months, so be it. But, you know, um, just for him, like to go through the cost of the surgery, just for him to then still not eat and whittle away. Yeah, it's, but I have to, I have to, keep spoon feeding him. He has no idea how much I love him because I tried with like a little spoon to give it to him and it wasn't working. So I had to pick up the wet food with my fingers, and it's an autistic squick thing for me. Is I don't know if squick is the right word. Slimy things, textured things sets off my reflex, and cat food, wet cat food in particular, is really bad for that. And so the fact that I'm like putting my fingers in it and it's getting up in my nails and stuff like that is grossing me out. But for that cat, I will do it. And I have been doing it. Yeah, so that's why I wasn't, I suddenly did not appear on this space, and I felt really bad canceling that soon, but I was in no condition to do the live stream. And I'm still feeling it. Like, I'll just randomly break down every now and then. I just want him to be okay. So I can't, as much as I've been talking about it, I need to stop talking about it before I actually do end up breaking down. So just, yeah, I sent out a tweet not too long ago. I don't believe in the utility of prayer, but I understand the kind of comfort it brings. And so even though I please pray for him, even though I don't believe that's going to make any difference, but I guess it's like we just grasp on to the little things we think we can have any effect on, any change. And so I keep on hoping, and it's basically a form of prayer that I'm doing. But yeah, it is, I understand the comfort that that sort of thing can bring, even though I don't believe that there's any utility in it. Anyway. Diamond weight loss. Is there a right of the box to keep it fair and balanced? I have no idea. I haven't seen anything yet. You know, maybe if my channel were to totally blow up, some right-winger would take it on themselves to do that, but so far, not yet. Hello, Looney Tunes. Oh, and there's Grand Theft Autobot and Boku, and a whole bunch of people have been jumping in. Welcome, everyone. Yeah. So I was having some issues with my live stream, but it's good to know that it's up and going. I was doing some research for my TYT essay, and I went down a rabbit hole, found a very funny, it's just funny in retrospect video now. I'll show the screen grab at the end of the video again when I start talking about it. But yeah, I just, that's part of the reason why this video is taking so fucking long, is that this issue hasn't just gone away. You know, there's been no resolution to it. Jank and Anna are still proclaiming to be on the left while doing all these bullshit right-wing things. And they're still, like, Anna was recently on a podcast, and this was one of the things, I think the Vanguard had covered it, so I went to the podcast to see the whole clip type thing. And she's talking about Mondale without naming Mondale. And it's like, it's been almost a year. Like in just 1 month, it'll be a year since he publicly quit. And for her to be holding a grudge against him that long, because it's not, she's making it about her. It's how he slighted her by doing this, because like it didn't come out of the blue in that podcast. She was asked about like, oh, so how has the left attacked you? And apparently him publicly quitting was an attack on her. You know, and she says it was just because she went on Glenn Beck's show. That's it. He publicly quit just because she went on Glenn Beck's show. And it's like, you're supposed to be a media analyst and you can't figure out this ain't about you. It's about the fact that Mondale and his wife have had to have, like, actually live in witness protection type situations, have had multiple death threats, have had to hire security. It's the fact that there's this growing right-wing rage happening right now, and people in his community in particular are being targeted, and all of this sort of stuff. And that when you have people who claim to be on the left going on to these right-wing shows to play nice, it lends credibility to those right-wing shows, and it emboldens people's bigotry to come out more, because then they can say, well, this leftist agrees with us on these points. So you know what? Maybe that means that we're the rational ones, that there's some stuff behind what we're saying and all that sort of bullshit. No, it's not about all of that. It's just because she went on Glenn Beck's show and played nice. That's it. Because you want to have a real conversation with the right. No. The only reason why somebody on the left should be going on Glenn Beck's show is to make it so they will never be invited back onto his show again. I am not a debater, but if I were ever to be invited onto some of these right-wing shows, I'd really have to weigh it to be like, okay, can I handle it? Knowing full well I would never be invited back on. Some of you, especially if you go watch the Charlie Kirk video, might notice that I can have a bit of a potty mouth. It's just, I would have to weigh I'm not trained in that area of media. So it's a matter of, can I do this without just making the left look like a bunch of banshees type thing, without the left looking like we're unreasonable and irrational and stuff like that. Would I be able to totally destroy them? Basically, I have no idea. And so I don't necessarily want to try by it just being blasted on social media and people using me as an example as why the left is so broken and stuff. So it's one of those things. Like, part of me is like, yeah, I can do it, but I don't think so. It's kind of like, I still can't even call into the majority report without freaking out. And it's one of those things, that autistic thing, the first time or the first few times I do something, it's just so overwhelming and I have a hard time processing it. But I need to go through the torture and torment that I go through with that sort of thing. And then once I kind of get over that hump, then it becomes a lot easier. PB, she went on Glenn Beck's show. It was a while ago. Yeah. And she went on to be like, tee hee hee, look at all the things we agree on. So yeah, just quickly checking. Diamond weight loss. I have called into the majority report to speak with Sam Cedar. Yeah, several times. They know who I am. Let's put it that way. If I call in and say I'm Sandy, they know that I do left of the box type thing. Hello, Super Strike 9. Good evening. Hopefully the budget passes tomorrow and the federal election is a total waste of time and money. Yeah, it's one of those things. Neither option to me is good. The budget is horrible. Why, hello, my left eye viewers. Thank you for the raid. Everyone go check out my left eye. Welcome, Pond Jumpers. I've just been rambling for the first half hour. So I still haven't even gotten into the news, but I will be talking about some stuff to do with Gaza, and then I have some federal stuff, provincial stuff, and depending on where my energy level is, I even have some stuff about Megyn Kelly in her comments that I'll get to. But yes, I have called into the Majority Report a few times, so they know who I am. They know who I... Do you know who I am? They know who I am. I still would love to have like an actual appearance though. Because that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm still kind of waiting for is to go on a show that's larger than mine. I'm still waiting to pop that cherry to help my channel out. 56 Nick Riggs. Explicitives have their place. Yeah. Hello, Peasants Revolt. Yeah. Hello, everyone, for jumping in. But yeah, just to get back to the budget that will be voted on, it's one of those things. I despise the budget. The budget is a horrible piece of shit. I also do not want an election right now. The NDP would basically dissolve. That's it. They would dissolve. The NDP would no longer exist if there was an election right now because they don't have an actual leader. They're currently in a leadership race, and they're horrendously in debt. And the fact that they haven't even made party status means that they're not going to get the same amount of funds and stuff when it comes to an election. So they need to build the party back up before there's an election. And if there's an election being called, it's going to be happening by Christmas. That leadership race isn't ending till March. So they'd be going into an election without an actual leader. And so those 7 seats that they have, so it's one the Grand Theft Auto, it provides a pipeline right through what they think they're being left, following Jake and Anna to the right while thinking they're on the left. You see, at first I thought you were talking about the budget because it allows for a pipeline to go through BC. Crosswires here. Yes, it does allow a pipeline. What Jake and Anna are doing is basically laying stepping stones towards the right, saying, you know what, some of them aren't that bad, some of them are reasonable. And I have tons of clips and stuff. So it's, again, I just have this massive information that I need to kind of put together now, because a lot of the big montages that I had done are in the first half with the people who they've kind of gone separate ways with, but now I have to make up new montages and stuff, especially because since so much time has passed with them, because I still need to do the Sam and Emma montages, but then it's going to be the montages of the people they've flipped on, but the right wingers. So the right wingers they used to talk shit about that they're now cozying up with. And then there's also like the people they will and won't share a stage with and all this sort of stuff. And it gets into issues and stuff that they've made a flip on. And then it's the money issues, that sketchy money issues that it's like, yeah. Remember when they did this? So the second half will take me longer than the first half, but I need to buckle down and work on it. It's just with my current state of mental health with my poor little kitty cat. It's... but yes, welcome pond jumpers. Oh, we got Flow Snake. Slithered all the way here from the Atlantic, huh? My left eye. We made it to Nova Scotia very quickly. You made it to Nova Scotia before you made it here because Nova Scotia's in a different time zone. Super Strike 9, I don't know if the Conservatives would lose seats. Because some people are already starting to wake up to Mark Carney being conservative. So it's entirely possible that they'll lose seats because those conservatives that are kind of pissed off with Pierre Poilievre realize, no, Mark Carney's my guy. He's the conservative leader we wish we had. But yeah, welcome everyone. We should probably actually get into the news. I was going to start off with some stuff about Gaza. as per my normal. Things there have just been going to shit. There's no real ceasefire, and now the winter weather's coming in. The rain and those makeshift tents that they had weren't exactly built for this sort of weather, and they're not allowed supplies in that would actually give them decent shelters because Israel is still preventing aid from getting in. It is just a horrific situation that they're in. And I'm getting distracted because people keep on talking in the SandBox. Diamond weight loss. What time is it in your country? Oh, in Canada Standard Time. We use the 48-hour clock. So it's currently, we're in hour 34. I'm in Standard Eastern Time, but there's several time zones across Canada because Canada is a big freaking country. 56 Nick Ridge. Quebec separatists are always talking about their own thing. It is what it is. Okay. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. First story, kind of heavy. So, yes, there was no real ceasefire when it came to Israel attacking Gaza because they continued to. You know, they were testing out the ceasefire. But now the rain has come in and some of the tents are being submerged. What the hospitals are reporting, you know, children basically drowning in their tents. Hypothermia setting in, all of this horrific stuff, you know, the water there, it would be flooded with sewage and toxins and chemicals from the buildings that have been collapsed, and all the chemicals and toxins that might have been like your cleaning supplies and stuff that you have in your cupboards, and all those get smushed together into the ground when the buildings collapse and whatnot. And so that water is just an absolute toxic sludge of bacteria and chemicals that and they can't escape it right now because there is no infrastructure. Sure, they could try going to one of the bombed out buildings that is still sort of standing and hope it doesn't collapse, and in hopes that Israel then doesn't see, hey, we missed one. So they're absolutely horrific situation that they're in. But here we have two American people who are still pro-Zionist, still talking about trying to justify all of this. And at this point, I don't care how much of a fucking Zionist you are. If you are still trying to justify what Israel is doing, it is a choice. You are purposely choosing to support this genocide and the horrors being inflicted on the Palestinians, because there is no way at this point to not know what's happening over there. For people who are involved in politics and the media, there is no way you don't know the horrors that are happening over there. Just none. So you know what you're doing at this point. And so Matt here was just quote tweeting this, and we'll get to it in just a second, saying support for Israel collapsed because people saw too many pictures of the kids they killed. Anti-Semitism increased because people like Barry Weiss and John Fetterman said Israel was killing kids to keep Jews safe. Have me on your podcast too, Matt is asking. Yeah, because that's the thing about the social media is the images of what's happening over there has been released to the general public and people are horrified. And since Israel is purposely trying to tie themselves into the Jewish people, like it's Israel who's trying not to separate them. So then that way, whenever you try to criticize Israel, they'll claim, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. It's like, no, we are criticizing the state of Israel and what the Israel state is doing. We are not criticizing Jewish people for this. but they'll still do that. And the sad reality is there are some people who are falling for it. There are some people who are seeing all the propaganda out there and are believing that the Jewish people are responsible for this and not the Israeli state. And it is putting more Jewish people around the world in harm's way. What Israel is doing is making it less safe for Jewish people all around the world. And it's because of, douchebags like these two, John Fetterman and Barry Weiss. So here, this is a podcast with Barry Weiss saying, Senator John Fetterman blames social media for collapsing support of Israel among young Democrats. As Matt was saying earlier, no, it's because we're seeing the images. So technically it is. Okay, technically it's true that social media is collapsing support for Israel because we're seeing the images through social media. And then they're saying social media was an accelerant for anti-Semitism. That's why we've lost the younger vote. You lost the younger vote because we're seeing what's happening over there. And even they're kind of conceding right now that there's no way to change the minds because, let's face it, once you are haunted by those pictures, you don't just change your mind.
You're saying it's becoming almost impossible to be an outspoken defender of Jews and defender of Israel and to be a proud Democrat. Why?
Okay, so let's separate all three of those. You can be a proud Democrat. I don't know why you would, but technically you can be. You can be a defender of Jews. No problem there. Anyone who's fucking trying to defend Zionism right now, fuck off. Like, just fuck right off. Go to hell. Like, it's just you are defending a genocide. Anyone who's defending Zionism is defending a genocide. And those are three separate things that she is putting all together. This is not an improv game. Okay, you don't just connect them and then justify it later on. Those are three separate categories.
Why is that happening? Why has that been allowed to happen?
Yeah, I mean, I've witnessed it. Like for 2 years, I've had protesters showing up at my home, in my office, and in public.
Good.
We even with one of my kids, and now social media was an accelerant for anti-Semitism, and TikTok. Um, there was the study 17-1 anti-Israel for every one pro-Israel one, and the algorithm has accelerated this, and that's why we've lost the younger vote. And I struggle with the younger voters as well too, because that's a strong correlation with.
Yeah, you struggle with voters who actually care that there's a genocide happening. You're losing out on those pro-genocider votes because that population of people is very, very tiny. And so anyone who is anti-genocide, yeah, you're losing out on their votes because they're anti-genocide and you're defending a genocide. It's kind of like, it's one of those hard limits, we can have disagreements on like Graham Plattner and his tattoo and what that means and whatnot. We can have civil disagreements on that sort of thing. When it comes to a fucking genocide, there is no both sides. You don't defend that and then try to cry victim.
Being very pro-Israel, and that's now being increasingly incompatible with parts of the base.
Do you see that changing? Is there a way to change those minds?
Right now, no. I
Good. I'm glad that you can't change the minds of people who are anti-genocide. That is a good thing. I'm good that people who are anti-genocide will continue to be anti-genocide.
don't, and I have no regrets. I could keel over tomorrow, but one of the things
Funny thing about that, he did. This was before he keeled over and had to go into the hospital. I believe this was the day before. Now, I don't want to victim blame, but you kind of brought it on yourself then. So that's the thing. He did keel over. And he's still well enough to maintain his role in government. I don't wish people to die. That's the bleeding heart lefty in me. I don't want people to die. Uh, but yeah, it'd be nice if he was no longer in position to be able to spew these genocidal takes and to harm people.
I'm proud of is standing with Israel after the Gaza war. They deserved a committed voice through that terrible war. That's the worst since the Holocaust. And now the cheapening of our language, genocide, and using those terms. I mean,
It is just cheapening our language to use the word genocide to describe a genocide. You know, when you accurately use it, and the fact that we're hearing it all the time for many different things, that's not a cheapening of it. That is a global cry for help if there are so many things around the world that qualify as a genocide. Because the genocide that's happening in Gaza right now is not the only one. And I'm not going to go into great detail about it, but I will, at the end of this docket, send you guys a link so that if you want to learn more about what's happening in Somalia, you can.
and that's
I think
just
it's
categorically not what
yeah.
occurred in the Gaza war. And
I think it's Somalia. It's oh no, Sudan. Sorry, Sudan.
having to that's part of the tragedy now. And the smear, and whether it's the blood libel, whatever that is called, it's like Israel never targeted.
Okay, that's enough of him. So again, why are people kind of anti-Israel state right now? Well, it's because of things like this. So Owen Jones was quote tweeting this out, saying most of Gaza's survivors live in tents. Heavy winter rains have flooded their tents, leaving them desperately cold conditions. Israel is blocking aid from entering. You see, it's things like this that make us anti-Israel state. When you are blocking aid from entering in, even though there's a supposed ceasefire, the killing is continuing. It's just not directly through bombs for the most part right now, but it's in these absolutely horrific conditions. Don't forget genocide, or don't forget Gaza. And then I for Palestine is just saying children shiver in tents that cannot be kept out of the rain, with no shelter to protect them and no clothes to warm their small bodies. The cold strikes them, hunger crushes them, while the world remains silent before their suffering. It is just how it is a global shame that this has been allowed to happen. That all genocides have been allowed to happen. Because that's the thing. It's the thing about this one. It's the one in Sudan. It's any genocide that is happening around the world. If the other countries actually got involved, they could stop them. They absolutely could stop them. You know, the global powers could stop the genocide that's happening in Sudan. The global powers could stop the genocide that's happening in Gaza. They're just choosing not to. But now children are being taken to the hospital with hypothermia, inhaling water in their tents. There's no dry places for them to go because their tents aren't exactly made for these conditions. Sometimes it's just pieces of fabric they found and some poles. You know, they're not made to withstand the elements. And, you know, again, part of the reason why we're really against the Israeli state right now is things like this. So Prem Thacker was tweeting this out, quote tweeting, perfect distillation of the past 2 years. Israeli politicians, not just Netanyahu, seek the execution of Palestinians imprisoned without due process, aka hostages. So a lot of the people who kept on saying about, you know, Gaza and Hamas, oh, if they just release the hostages, without ever mentioning the thousands and thousands of Palestinians that Israel has just rounded up and thrown in jail without any due process or cause or reason. They would also be hostages. Well, now officials celebrate the barbarity with sweets, all during a ceasefire and not a whisper from the mainstream media. Because basically they are now making it legal to just execute these hostages that they have. They are state sanctioning executing people that they've just rounded up on the streets, Palestinians that they've just rounded up. So psychopathic Israeli Minister Ben-Gvir hands out sweets after Israel Knesset approves first reading of new bill legalizing the execution of Palestinian detainees. The Palestinian detainees are already being killed at alarming rates. This bill opens the way for a wave of mass executions of Palestinians who have already don't get fair trials and are often held in Israeli prisons as hostages without trial or charges. They're celebrating their barbarity. And yet the people who try to point this out and the people who have been pointing this out from the get-go are somehow the villains in the Western media's eye, in the politicians' eyes. The people who have been regularly calling it out, like Owen Jones, who is currently being sued by the BBC because of it, because he was saying that there's a bias. And so here he's tweeting out, you may have seen that the BBC News Online Middle East editor is taking legal action against me over my work on the BBC's editorial approach to Israel-Palestine. I strongly disagree with his claims, and if necessary, I look forward to vigorously defending my reporting in court. I want to thank the brilliant Dropsite News, who do crucial journalism, for their support. And so last Friday, not this past Friday, but the Friday before that, Ryan Grimm was on Majority Report and talking about this because Ryan Grimm is part of Dropsite News. And so Dropsite News is supporting Owen in this because Owen is a contributor. So they're supporting Owen Jones in this suit that the BBC is trying to sue him specifically. Like, that's the thing. They're suing Owen Jones specifically. And Ryan Grimm was saying it's probably because they don't know if they can sue Dropsite News, because Dropsite News is an American entity. But they are specifically going after Owen Jones in this. And so this is from the Telegraph that he was tweeting with it. BBC editor sue Owen Jones over Israel bias claim. Columnist will vigorously defend his reporting after corporation's Middle East editor finds high court libel claim, or files high court libel claim. So there'd be receipts that they were being biased in favor of Israel. So here we have, Jonathan was tweeting out, Rafi Berg, the BBC's online Middle East editor, suing Owen Jones for publishing an investigation in which numerous BBC whistleblowers accuse him of skewing news in Israel's favor. Here, Berg tells an interviewer that as a Jewish person and admirer of the state of Israel, he gets goosebumps of pride hearing about the operations the Israeli spy agency Mossad. On the wall behind Berg is a framed letter sent to him by Benjamin Netanyahu. He counts at least one former Mossad agent as a close friend. The BBC strictly demands public neutrality from even lowly news staff. Gary Littner, who was a football commentator, repeatedly got into hot water for expressing political opinions. But Berg appears untouchable. He continues to have full backing of the BBC execs, even as he has exposed himself as a fanboy of Israel, his actual area of news responsibility. There is not even the pretense of objectivity, and yet not one in BBC management cares. What does that tell us? You see, I would have no problem contributing to any news network, but it would be, people would have to know, that I do have a leftist bias, that I'm progressive, that is part of who I am. And I would never claim neutrality on issues. I would claim fairness, but never neutrality, because this is my bias. This is where I'm coming from. And so here he is admitting that he likes this Mossad stuff.
But it's a wonderful thing to, how often do you get to be accepted into a circle of trust among the people who belonged to, some of who still work for the Mossad, and sit across the table from them and learn the most incredible stories of modus operandi and tactics and subterfuge. And I mean, we don't have the time. I'd love to spend another half an hour talking about tremendous. Look, Danny, shut your ears for the moment. But if I use the James Bond style methods which are employed.
Pond jumpers, let me know. Do you make everything about James Bond? Do you do all your comparisons? Like here on this side of the pond, usually what happens, it's the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe that we're constantly making comparisons to. So does your people always make comparisons to James Bond movies in the same way?
Cash hidden in chocolate boxes. I'm not sure if that was true or not, but it was told to me, or things like that, which really, you, as a Jewish person and an admirer of the state of Israel, then to know that these people carry out these kinds of fantastic operations. I mean, it's what makes you tremendous.
And by fantastic operations, a lot of them are war crimes.
Tremendously proud. Absolutely. Talking about it, still gives me goosebumps.
Yeah, talking about the war crimes Mossad is helping out with. What a piece of shit. And so, Owen Jones again. So apparently, some people were saying, well, actually, the BBC has a bias against Israel because they weren't going hardcore enough for Israel. And so unless you are an absolute complete sycophant without any sway, like any independent thought at all whatsoever, then apparently you have a bias against Israel. And so some people are trying to say that. So Owen Jones quote tweeting again, the idea that the BBC has an anti-Israel bias is the exact opposite of the truth. Read this thread. The facts are incontrovertible. The BBC's pro-Israel bias is overwhelming, as the statistics show. Again, Israel's cheerleaders want to turn the world on its head. Like the fact that there are some people trying to claim that the BBC has an anti-Israel bias is mind-boggling. And so I'm not going to go over all of this, but William Darmimple has some of the receipts here about the findings of BBC on Gaza, Israel, one story, double standards. And the double standard is in favor of Israel. So just here, like 38 guests asked to condemn Hamas by the BBC. 0 guests were asked to condemn Israel's mass killing of civilians. Yet the BBC made no mention of Netanyahu's Amalek reference or the genocide rhetoric by Israel leaders. Only 0.5% of BBC articles mention Israel's occupation of Palestine. The BBC only mentions occupation 14 times in news articles when providing context to October 7th, 0.3% of articles. Let's see. Livestream genocide. BBC presenters interrupted for dismissed genocide claims over 100 times. A year-long analysis of BBC coverage of Israel's war on Gaza reveal a pattern of bias, double standards, and silencing of Palestinian voices. Despite 34 times more Palestinian deaths, Israel's fatalities received 33 more coverage per death. And I caught out of the side of my eye that, yeah, this is like a libel thing. And they go after individuals in particular. These big powerhouses will go after individuals in particular because they often don't have the money to go up against this. But if you have the money to go up against the BBC, claiming that your claim that they are biased in favor of Israel, the receipts are there. They're there. They're just hoping that they'll drain the resources of the people that they're targeting before it can go to court. But luckily, Dropsite News has been raising a ton of money towards Owen's defense on this. And, the receipts are there. They're there. you know, Canada, we're not exactly clear of all this bullshit. No, you have over on the other side of the pond, you have the BBC, but here we have the CBC, or as I fondly refer to it, corporations before Canadians. This is we have our own bullshit to deal with here. Last week I was talking about how a former Israeli soldier was able to go on tour around campuses in Canada called Combat on Campus, and how he assaulted a bunch of people who were protesting, peacefully protesting. No charges. The fact that this war criminal was even allowed into the country is, you know, an issue. It's an issue. But here we have prominent legal scholar detained at Canadian border while on his way to a conference on Palestine. Huh. So he was just, you know, a prominent legal scholar was just detained at the Canadian border. And was this a long time ago? Oh, no, this was posted on November 15th. Okay. It was last updated 5 hours ago. Okay. Okay, got it. So yesterday. A prominent academic and former UN Specialist Rapporteur says he was detained by custom agents in Toronto while on his way to speak at a conference on human rights violations against Palestinians. The threat to Canadian life he poses, I supposes. Richard Falk, a retired Princeton University professor who was a special rapporteur of the Commissions of Human Rights on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, was on his way to Ottawa to speak at the Palestine Tribunal on Canadian responsibility on Friday and Saturday. Dubbed a People's Tribunal, the event was organized as a forum to analyze and document Canada's complicity in the genocide and dispossession of Palestinians, including over the last 2 years in Gaza, which is, you know, again, there's receipts. You know, the CBC has also been proven to be biased in favor of Israel. There's been reports on that too. BBC, CBC. Really, it's just one letter difference, but it's all the same bullshit. Same government-sponsored news network bullshit. Says a news release from its organizers. But upon arriving at customs in Toronto Pearson International Airport on Thursday with his wife, he says border agents took their passports and led them to an interview room. He said border agents told him they needed to determine whether he and his wife were a national security threat to Canada. This guy is what? He is how old is he? He's like, yeah, old. Did they say his age? I think I read his age somewhere as being like in his 90s. He's a threat to national security. Yeah, 95. This 95-year-old is. We need to determine if this 95-year-old is a threat to Canada's national security. Yep. It's quite possible. Anything is possible. This 95-year-old. That never happened to me in my long life, says Falk. Thursday also happened to be his 95th birthday. Falk says they were asked a series of questions about his participation in the conference, his involvement in the Israel-Palestine conflict, and his position on Israel. Why is your position on Israel a question at the border? Why, if you're pro or anti-Israel, is that an issue coming into the country? Why? After about 4 hours, Falk said he and his wife were eventually released and allowed to enter Canada. CBSA declines to comment. Asked about the incident, the Canada Border Service Agency spokesperson said they could not comment on specific cases, citing privacy legislation, but went on to say that all travelers entering Canada are subject to secondary inspection. So are all travelers into Canada subject to being questioned about their views on Israel? Just what does that have to do with anything? So this is a normal part of the cross-border process and should not be viewed as any indication of wrongdoing, the spokesperson says. There are many reasons why a border service officer may determine that an individual or the goods they are carrying require further processing or inspection. See, this is why I know I can never leave Canada. People, I would get detained if they just looked at my like YouTube history and stuff like that. For somehow being anti-genocide, I'd be at risk of being detained at borders. By being non-binary, my passport has my ex-gender marker on it. That's an issue, especially going into the States. So I just, as much as I had dreamed of traveling the world, I can't leave my country. But based on the questions he was asked, Falk said he suspects he was detained because of his participation in the event. Falk was there to speak about the relevance of international law in the Israel-Gaza conflict. It's disappointing that Canada, after having acknowledged Palestinian statehood, we'll get to that, would take such a hostile attitude towards a very forthcoming conference that really explained to public that hasn't been so well informed the nature of objections to what Israel has been doing. I was going to save that till the end. Yeah, so I have a page on this one that we're going to get to in just a little bit. One expects Canada's to be a model of free speech and liberal democracy and not as bad as the US, but it's not as good as I would hope. That's Canada in a nutshell. Wow, did he ever... Oh, I felt that one. Yeah, not as bad as the United States, but not great either. That's Canada. Oof, that one just... That hit. That nailed Canada right there. That description. You can say that about pretty much anything. Not as bad as the US, but not good. He called us out. Yeah. So conference organizers outrage. Azia Kanji, chair of Palestinian Tribunal on Canadian Responsibility, said the conference organizers found out Falk was detained by border officials when they received a panic phone call from his wife. Kanji said that prompted them to reach out to different high-ranking officials in an attempt to get Falk and his wife released. What we can't reveal particulars about what was done, but the degree of disturbance about this was extreme and universal across the board, she said. It's outrageous that this could have happened. Senator Young Po Wu said he was contacted by the tribunal's organizer. Somebody, if you're on the hostile fart sauna known as Twitter, go follow. He's an amazing outspoken senator here in Canada when it comes to what's happening in Gaza. About the incident on Thursday evening, which prompted him to contact the Minister of Public Safety office. I'm shocked that two eminent experts on international law would be treated in this way. On Dr. Falk's 95th birthday, no less, who said in an email. In response to a CBC News request for comment, the Ministry of Public Safety said the CBSA was better suited to respond. Yeah, they don't want to ask us, ask them. Oh, they don't want to answer either. Huh, funny that. And just somebody pointing out that, all this support that Canada loves to give Israel and back them up in every way whatsoever. I'm talking about the Canadian government. Canadian soldiers. So we recently had Remembrance Day here in Canada on the 11th. I'm pretty sure you pound jumpers do the same type of remembrance ceremonies, wearing the red poppies and stuff. We've had Canadian soldiers killed by the Israeli military. And there's never been any justice in that. No one's ever been held accountable for those killings. So Canada's own soldiers can be killed by Israeli government. And still Canada is doing everything possible to not do anything about the genocide in Gaza and supporting Israel and selling arms to Israel and villainizing people who speak out against the genocide, who will pull you over in customs because you're going to be pro-Palestinian or anti-genocide speaker, like all of that. And so David, Here was just saying, in lead up to Remembrance Day, I want people to remember 2 Canadian soldiers killed by Israel. In 2006, an Israeli Air Force dropped a bomb on a United Nations post in Lebanon that killed several people, including Canadian Forces Major Peta Hasvan Kroger, who was stationed there as a UN peacekeeper. In 2024, an Israeli airstrike killed 7 aid workers who were part of a World Central Kitchen convoy. One of them was 33-year-old Jacob Flickinger, a Canadian Armed Forces veteran who was volunteering in Gaza. He was the father of an 18-month-old baby. Boy, no one was ever held accountable for these killings. And again, it's the bigotry, the biases across the country, because this is another instance. Normally this is with pride flags, but now it's because there's like a Palestinian remembrance coming up or whatever. So a lot of municipalities and stuff are going to be raising the Palestinian flag. And so just like a lot of these right-wing conservative governments, municipal governments do with the pride flags, they're just going to say, no, instead of doing that, we're just going to ban all flags. So Jeremy, the mayor of Calgary, is saying Calgary's flag policy means any country recognized by Canada may have their flag flown at City Hall on their national day, but national flag raising are now creating division. Next week, we'll move to end national flag raisings at City Hall to keep this safe, welcoming space for all. Yes, raising the Palestinian flag is so divisive that we're just going to make it so no country can raise their flag. It's we see a lot of this with pride symbolism and stuff like that, where municipalities will be like, you know what, we're just going to ban all of these types of flag raisings and whatnot because we don't want to raise the pride flag. And then usually the group most caught up with that is actually Indigenous groups because their flags and symbols are in the same category as the pride flags and symbols. And so when you ban the pride flags and symbols, you're also banning a lot of First Nations flags and symbols. But now, all nations, I wonder if this is still going to apply to Israel. Or if that's the exception. But it's just, nope, we'll just ban them all. As opposed to having the Palestinian flag being raised. It's kind of like, remember down in the States, they used to have pools, like I think back in the 60s, and they used to be segregated, but then as soon as they said, no, you have to not segregate them per se, and black kids were allowed to go into the pool with white kids, then suddenly it's like, well, we're just going to close down the pools. The public pools. That's what happened. A lot of those public pools just closed. And there's all sorts of examples of right-wingers that would be like, you know what, we will personally suffer if it means that another group will suffer more. It is ridiculous that, we want this to be a welcoming, safe space for all, except Palestinians. Really. But to get back to what I was highlighting in the article, let's see if I still had it highlighted. Where was it? I was highlighting something. Where is it? Okay, so I don't know where it is off the top of my head, but I was doing this to something saying I'm about to get to it. And it's really bugging me now that I can't find it. Oh, here we go. After acknowledged Palestinian statehood. So, what is he talking about? He's talking about this. So, Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East had tweeted this out. After 18 years of shamefully voting no, Canada has finally switched position and voted yes at the UN in support of sovereignty of the Palestinian people in the option over their natural resources. The resolution demands that Israel, the occupying power, cease the exploitation, damage, cause of loss or depletion, and endangerment of the natural resources in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem and the occupied Syrian Golan. We welcome Canada's overdue return to this principled position and continue to urge Canada to support all UN resolutions that uphold Palestinian human rights and international law. To follow Canada's voting on Palestinian human rights at the UN, check out CJPME's UN dashboard. You know what? I will talk. There you go. So, yeah. So Argentina still votes no. Israel, obviously. Little teeny tiny places, United States, obviously. So against, in favor, 152, against 8, absentations 12. So you can go check it out there. And then here we have the article I was telling you about from Zateo. I will also put this link in the SandBox for you guys, and it's about the genocide happening in the Sudan, that in mere weeks, some of these experts are suspecting that there's been more killing in those weeks in Sudan than in the last 2 years in Gaza. It's so horrific. You can see the bloodstains from space. Yeah, can't go there. Can't go there. It is just, it's too bad. It is. Anyway, so that's it for that docket. I will close all of those so that my computer isn't so mad at me. What am I getting to next? Oh, that's provincial. Okay, I think I'm doing this one next. Yeah, this one will be next. Okay. So, go and check the SandBox. Okay, I think I remember seeing people say that. Christy, he'd rather believe it has something to do with age or algorithms. No, dickhead, it's your anti-humanity BS talking about John Fetterman. Yeah. JK, propaganda doesn't work when we all know it is lies. The reference frame. Rare times when Fairman was right. He did keel over the next day. Well, he's okay. There's lots of jokes saying, you know, maybe this would reset his brain, you know, turn him off and on again to see if it would reset his brain, because a lot of people are suspecting that it was his stroke that caused him to get so right-wing. You know, something about brain damage and people becoming right-wing. But no, he's still the same. He's still the same. Let's see. Camry, the UK has some of, if not the most strict libel laws in the world, so they better have the receipts, as Owen Jones isn't an amateur and can guarantee he's got his own. For sure he does. He wouldn't be writing an article on that sort of thing if he didn't. Glowsnake, I guess that Berg assumed that Owen wouldn't have the funds to pith the case. Hence crumble. Owen says he relishes having his time in court. I wonder if Berg will back off now. It's entirely possible that since Owen Jones has the backing of Dropsite and can actually challenge him, they don't necessarily want to go to court over this because the receipts are there and they'd, yeah, because also then there's a high probability that it would be ruled in favor of Owen, which means that the person suing him would be responsible for all court costs as well. Let's see. People talking amongst themselves, which is good for the algorithms. People commenting about my Karen voice. It could be Karen, it could be dumb. It's usually, for me, it's what I think of as like snobby rich people. You know, like the high school snobby rich girls is the voice that I imagine when I'm doing that sort of thing. I guess like the Rich Housewives reality show or something like that. I don't know what it's called off the top of my head, but you know, like rich snobby people, women in particular. I can do it. I'm mostly woman. Not really. No, non-binary. But you know, I lived as a woman for a large part of my life before I realized I was non-binary. So I think I get the pass on that and I can do the voice. Hello, MIDI doctors. Sorry, I was watching the never-ending Thunderbirds loop. Hey, Marty. Let's see. MIDI doctors, segregation never really existed in the UK except against the Irish. Let's see. Yeah, Jenk is starting something new. He's just giving me way too much content for my video. Yes, apparently the Vanguard decided to go live the same time as me. It's okay. It's okay. You know, it's not like I can have one night where a lot of the other same lefty places where we tend to hang out isn't also going live. Hello, Paige. Okay. So I would just have to be, yeah. Okay. Need to have a drink. But people who are joining later, you can always go back to the beginning of the live stream for updates on Frodo and my TYT essay because I went on very rambly sprees about that. And I'll probably end off talking about that too, as per my normal. It's like bookends, really. Talking about those sorts of things at the beginning and the end. And the image that I got, the screen grab from Oh my God. Because I went down the rabbit hole researching for videos, and I found a old clip of TYT and the panel. Wow. And what they were talking about. It just is like, that was just 10 years ago. But wow. uh. Yuri Gibson, we call snobby piece this side of the pond Tofflewinkers. Toffee winkers. Oh, I'll have to figure out if I can do that with an accent of any sort, other than just my Ontario, which would just be toffee wankers, which doesn't sound all that fun. It's just there's something about doing insults with a UK accent that, it nails you. It nails you. You can't really go up against that. And just the very unique Shakespearean types insults you throw at each other it's very amusing. That's why I can never really have like a hardcore debate with anyone in the UK or an argument, because I would just end up giggling through the entire thing. I'm just like, that insult's so cute. Like I would just be like, could you insult me like that again? I just want to hear it. It's so cute. I would not be able to keep a straight face with it. Especially if they got mad too and their accent really started to go rampant. I would just be like totally, pushing those buttons just to get that to happen. Yeah, no, me arguing with somebody in the UK would just not end well for them, but not because they would lose the argument, but because I would just not stop giggling through the whole thing. Let's see. Okay, let's get back to some Canadian federal news. Because, it's not just Israel that Canada tends to be a little bit complicit with. It's also, remember Mark Carney saying, elbows up? Yeah, well, really, there's now this thing in Canada called knee pads for elbows. Because, just imagine what I mean by that. Because then you would have like knee pads, but they're on your elbows because your elbows on the ground because you're there kissing their boots. And you really need those knee pads for your elbows so your elbows don't get sore, so you can continue kissing those boots. Because it's also towards the States. It's very much similar. So Dimitri is just tweeting this out. Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand is former law professor. She knows perfectly well that Trump regime is violating international law by murdering people in the Caribbean. Talking about primarily the Venezuelan gangs or whatever that are shipping drugs, which the United States is just bombing fishing boats with no trial, no nothing. Like, even if they were trying to smuggle a tiny amount of drugs on those tiny little fishing boats, they still deserve due process and not to be summarily executed by the United States, to have their lives just snuffed out. And then to have J.D. Vance joke about it, saying, oh, it might not be a good time to go fishing in those seas. No, they're executing people randomly in the United States. And yeah. So, Canada should be calling that out. But are we? No. But like an obedient vassal of Washington, she feigns ignorance of the law when it suits her. When asked about the legality of Trump regime's actions, Anand said, as Canada's foreign minister, I hold responsibility for Canada's compliance with international law. We are always seeking to comply with international law. Yes, Israel has a right to defend itself as long as it's obeying humanitarian laws. What's that? They're not? Okay, well, the United States still has the right to bomb fishing boats. Oh, huh. Yeah. Regarding the question that you asked, I would say that it's within the purview of the U.S. authorities to make that determination. Yes, let's make the murderers determine if they're murderers. You know, if they say that they're murderers, then I'll say that they're murderers. But until the murderers actually say that they themselves are murderers, then what can I do? What can I do? Well, we'll let them do the determination on that one. It's kind of like when you have the Israeli forces, the IDF, investigate when a reporter was shot by the IDF. Talking about your biases early on, yeah. A nun in the government she represents do not hesitate to accuse Washington's rivals of violating international law. For example, a nun has repeatedly accused Russia of violating UN Charter. On September 29th at the UN, a nun gave a speech in which she stated, Russia's 2022 illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine stands as a grave breach of the UN Charter. So a nun is lying. Her claim that it is not her place to decide if Trump's regime is violating international law is moral cowardice, nothing more. And so he has an image of this news article here saying, up to the U.S. to decide if it violated international law with the Caribbean boat strikes, says a nun. Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand broke with tradition as she seemingly asserted that Canada's top diplomat doesn't weigh in on foreign countries' adherence to international law. It's not like it's her job or anything to do that sort of thing. At the close of the most recent gathering of G7 foreign ministers, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand outlined what she saw as parameters of her job. Apparently, not calling out people for violating international law. Got it. The United States is a rogue fascist state right now. They're executing people, just assassinating people, no cause. They're assisting with Israel. They're doing within their own borders horrific things with ICE agents and things of that sort. Just kidnapping people, disappearing a lot of people. Because remember that alligator at Alcatraz? There was something like 1,300 people from there that just disappeared. We don't know which system they're in. Their loved ones can't find them. So lots of horrific things happening in the United States. We should not be dealing with them. This country should not be going out of our way to have any sort of economic ties with a rogue fascist state. We cannot be doing anything that props up that rogue fascist state. But, that whole elbows up thing, yeah. It's really knee pads for elbows type things. Because here, Rachel Gilmore, wonderful independent journalist here in Canada, was pointing out this American-led pipeline. That's why I was thinking pipelines earlier when you said that thing in the SandBox, Grand Theft Autobot. Mark Carney is about to announce more of his elbows up major projects, but under the surface, one that's being sold as Indigenous-led LNG project is actually, spoiler, American as hell. That's not even the worst part. So Emily Lowen joined me to discuss this and much more on my podcast today. You can go to her YouTube channel to see the whole video, but this is her her standard clips that she sends out.
The major LNG project that Mark Carney is approving this week, Indigenous-led, Indigenous proposed, and generally emphasizing the Indigenous involvement. But the Silasm LNG project, which is one of our elbows up nation-building projects that Mark Carney's announcing this week, is going to be American constructed, owned, and operated. And it gets worse. Yep. See, it is technically true that the Niska Nation has partnered on the project, but it is extremely misleading to call this project Indigenous-led. Because even if you overlook the fact that two nations are challenging the project in court, which makes it kind of misleading to constantly emphasize Indigenous support, this
something the Canadian government does all the fucking time. Being like, oh, no, we have Indigenous support. It's just we went to particular bands that would support us. We're ignoring all the Indigenous folks that are against us, and we're just listening to the ones that will agree with us. That's it. It doesn't matter that the vast majority don't agree with us, but this small group here got our back, so we're listening to them.
Document shows that the entity that will construct, own, and operate the assets of this project is a wholly owned subsidiary of Texas-based Western LNG. And thanks to Bill C-5 becoming law, Texas-based Western LNG will get to trample on environmental laws they'd otherwise have to adhere to.
So Bill C-5 went through to, fast track a lot of these things because, business, industry, help Canadian jobs, blah, 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 blah. It's going to American corporations. Mark Carney is selling out Canada to American corporations. Yay! Elbows up. Yeah, knee pads for elbows. How many licks till the sole of the foot? Mark Carney knows.
What makes this even more fun is guess who funds Western LNG? Blackstone, whose CEO is one of Trump's top 10 donors. There's also Apollo Global Management, whose CEO, Leon Black, resigned in 2021 after investigations found he paid at least $170 million to Jeffrey Epstein. I wish I was kidding. And Leon Black apparently remains a major shareholder at Apollo, which again is a big ol' funder of the Texas-based company that will construct, own, and operate the assets of our new Elbows Up project off the coast of BC. I had the new BC Green Party leader, Emily Lowen, on my podcast today, and here's what she had to say about this.
The oligarchs behind the Silisms project and the PRGT project, basically Blackstone.
So again, this woman here is the leader of the Green Party in BC. So it's good to get the youth in there.
Stone is a $1 trillion Wall Street firm, and it's led by one of Trump's top 10 donors, Steve Schwartzman, and then Apollo Global Management, which is another private equity firm that's pushing American fossil fuel dominance, was recently revealed their former CEO and founder, Leon Black. He actually had to resign over ties to Epstein in 2021, but he still owns billions in company stock and will get rich if these projects go ahead.
So elbows up, basically.
Elbows up. These men are disgusting.
Elbows up for Epstein?
It's foul. It's truly foul. And when Eby was questioned in the media over these ties, he said, hey, we're not.
David Eby is the current premier of BC, and his party is the NDP. He ain't being so NDP in the way that he actually runs the government, though.
Going to turn down investment. Like that's crazy talk. Saying no to men like Leon Black and Steve Schwartzman, out of the question for BC.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
They don't seem like men who understand the word no, if it's any consolation.
Yeah.
But it's so wild, right? Anyway, that episode of my podcast, Bubble Pop with Rachel Gilmore, is up wherever you like to listen now. So go check it out and then come back here and tell me, what do you think of all this? People keep...
Now, I'm in the category, the belief that right now, we should not be approving any more pipelines. No more oil pipelines. The climate crisis is too out of control that it doesn't matter if it means that some people will have to suffer at this point if they don't get a certain pipeline through, because primarily it's just going to be corporations that suffer. And I really don't care if they suffer. We cannot be making any more pipelines. All of our resources, our technology, those big fast build projects that, Mark Carney wants to do should absolutely be solely for renewable energies right now, because this planet is going to shit. The environment is not being talked about the way that it should be anymore. And it is disturbing that it gets, put on the side burner all over and over and over again because, the fascist takeover of the United States is a more immediate problem to a lot of people. And that is true, that you have to deal with your immediate harm, and the environment seems so far off, or maybe in your little neck of the woods, it's not so bad there yet. It's bad. It's bad. And so the governments need to start doing everything they can about it. And that would start with none of these pipelines. No more pipelines. None. Because this is an image, and I've seen images like this before, of what's happened to this world. So humans really a plague on this planet. Plastic waste in Guatemala We are systematically destroying our environment from the atmosphere to the ground. So that's water under that. Under that. And I've seen images like this before in other areas. Something that always gets me these days is you see little river otters, and there's always cute videos of river otters because they love to play and run around, and so people get cute little images of river otters. And then I'm like, how are people watching this and not being absolutely devastated by seeing all the garbage on the shores of the river, on the riverbanks? Plastic bottles and bags and you know, just tons of garbage, cans and whatnot on the banks of the river. It's everywhere now. They're actually saying that some of the bottom dweller ocean creatures, like we're talking about creatures that live in like 20 times atmospheric pressure, bottom of the ocean, even they have plastic in them now because it's so infused in our food chains. It's in everything now. And they're saying that they can't even do a study on it because there's no, what's the word? The group that there's no placebo group possible. There's a word for it. There's no, somebody help me out here. There's no something group of it. Basically there's nobody without the plastics in it to be able to I'm still looking for that word. I know there's a time delay, but somebody in the SandBox knows the word that I'm going for and it's bugging me. There's no, it's not focus group. There's no control group. I think that's it. Control group. There's no control group available because everyone has plastics in us now. Everyone. Yeah. Control group. Oh, Perfumer got it for me too. And the thing is that we know a lot of these solutions because here we have Protect All Wildlife tweeting out Sweden's new edible road salt is saving birds from deadly dehydration. Made with beet extract and maize starch, it melts ice safely while feeding wildlife instead of poisoning them during brutal winters. Beyond animal welfare, the EcoSalt leaves fewer chemical residues in runoff water, benefiting nearby soil and streams. Sweden's snowplow reform shows that even routine maintenance can become an act of ecological stewardship. A simple change in salt chemistry is saving countless lives, feathered and otherwise. Credit Raphael Dominic. So I would hope this is not an AI generated image because that would be really, if you're caring about the environment, you should not be using AI. I'm really hoping that ain't AI, but just looking at the birds and the way this is, I'm very suspicious that this is an AI photo, which is just like, no. But to get back to the point, a lot of the solutions for the environment are there. Like we know about solar power, wind power, batteries are improving. There's simple fixes like this. It's just, it doesn't benefit the corporations. And so they push back against it. They fight back against it because there's all these corporations that might go out of business if they don't switch over. And it costs a lot of money to switch over, so they don't want to switch over. But if there is a better way to de-ice roads, yeah, the salt is absolutely horrific and it gets into the water system and everything. We can't be using that all the time. Like in some areas they use sand up to a point, but salt is necessary. But if this works as well as salt, then yes, there should be no question. The cost doesn't matter. You do it. That's the thing. You just do it. When it comes to no more pipelines, it doesn't matter about cost. You just don't do it. When it comes to making renewable energy sources, you just do it. The cost is irrelevant at this point. We're talking about the life of the planet. And so I was very pleased to find that Tony McQuail made the threshold of signatures. So I recently had on my channel Tony McQuail. He's running for the NDP leadership and he's a progressive green. And so he tweeted this out. Thank you, friends. With your help, we have qualified for the first NDP debate in Montreal. This was truly a team effort, and this result shows that ground-up grassroots campaigns is more than capable of representing Canadians of all stripes. Thank you. Thanks to you, I'm going to keep pushing for the 4 Rs and working to build a party that works for workers and the planet alike. You are the backbone of my campaign, this party, and this nation. I am proud to represent all of you. This is just beginning. So yes, he got the signatures needed so he can be up on the debate stage, and it's so important to have his voice on there because he is full, he's a green progressive, but he's running for the NDP leadership, and having his issues being talked about is so needed. And you can watch my video. Talks a whole bunch about the environment and how to have sustainable farmlands and things of that sort. It was a really fascinating interview. And we also talked about the NDP leadership. But I could have talked to Tony about completely other subjects for 2 hours going over a lot of the stuff. So please go check out that video. And I was very glad to find out that he's still in there because it is so important that his issues remain part of the conversation for as long as possible. So somebody else who is running for the NDP leadership, Rob Ashton, who I've emailed several times to come on my show. I've emailed all of them to come on to my show, and so far Tony McQuail is the only one to take me up on that offer. That's neither here nor there right now, but Rob Ashton is really giving off the authentic NDP roots. So NDP is more of the socialist party here in Canada, or used to be. That's what the NDP was built on. But as of late, they've just become a different shade of liberal, and that's part of the reason why they were crushed so horribly in the last election, was they weren't offering a progressive alternative. They were just offering more liberal. That's it. We need bold ideas. We need, there's no more time for incrementalism. It needs to just be bold steps. You need to be boldly progressive. Rob Ashton actually has some ideas, and he actually has been posting them. Unlike a lot of the other candidates who just say, vote for me, like Tony McQuail has. His main focus is the environment and stuff. But we're not hearing too much about actual, like, here's my policy plans yet. Rob Ashton has it. So he says, for too long, this country has worked for the few at the top while the people who actually build it are told to tighten their belts. Politicians call it the economy. Working people call it what it is, a system rigged for the rich. That's why I'm proud to unveil my Good Jobs promise. So, 1. I guess I can just read off the tile there. Is it all the exact same wording? I think there's probably more here. So 1, a job for everyone who wants one. If you're ready to work, the government will guarantee you a job, building homes, maintaining public infrastructure, caring for our seniors, restoring our environment, or supporting our communities. A national jobs guarantee so no one's left behind, training, apprenticeship, and good jobs across Canada. And I get what he's saying here. I really want him to come onto my show because I've actually heard him talk about people with disabilities being within the working class. He's actually done that without being prompted talking about that. But I want to see, how do people with disabilities who can't work fit into this platform? Other than that, it's a good platform. So 2, good wages, strong standards. Every job will be a good paying. Many of them will be public union-backed jobs, and private employers will be forced to compete for labor by paying and treating workers better. No more race to the bottom. 3, building the future we deserve. We'll create hundreds of thousands of good jobs by making crucial investments in our future. Building public housing, building retrofits, electrifying transit, protecting our forests and coastlines, railroads, roads, floods, protection infrastructure, stormwater systems, electricity transmission, distribution, schools, hospitals, and rebuilding the industries that make this country run. 4, no more corporate free rides. With Every public dollar will come with strings attached. You want a subsidy? You keep jobs in the company in Canada for the long term. No more blank checks to businesses who take public money only to turn around and lay off workers, move jobs across the border or overseas, or treat their workers badly. 5. A central bank that works for the people. We'll change the mandate of the Bank of Canada to include full employment. For too long, the Bank of Canada has one mission, keeping inflation low, even if that meant higher unemployment. An economy that serves capital instead of people is a broken one. So, Rob Ashton. So he says, my commitment to you is to turn our economy around and put power back in the hands of the people who make this country run. Everyone who wants to work should be able to count on good jobs with fair wages, safe conditions, dignity on the job, and union to back them up. That's what this plan will do. Join our campaign to make this plan a reality. I really want him to come on my show. Really, really want him to come on my show so that I can ask him about that. Because we do need an NDP reboot. They're in such a horrible situation right now. I don't want an election right now, even though Mark Carney's budget sucks and it's being voted on next week. But the NDP will pretty much dissolve until they have the leadership race, and then they actually have a chance of rebuilding the party before the next election. Because they're in dire straits right now. So Jessa was tweeting out, the NDP is $23 million in debt. No wonder massive paywall to play in their leadership race. Tony McQuail talked about the financial burden in order to run in their leadership race, which is just absolutely outrageous. And there's Lucy Watson bragging about how she bankrupt the party until 2028. That's some job security. And this is from the Toronto Star. I can't read the whole article because paywall. Those decisions, which are not yet firm, came as Davies signaled, so Don Davies is the interim leader, signaled his party's weakened financial position after its worst ever election result would not sway the budget votes of his caucus 7 members, which would be critical to the survival of the minority Liberal government. In a written statement to the Star, NDP National Director Lucy Watson confirmed discussions about the campaign preparation are ongoing and has disclosed the party is $23 million in debt and has a plan to pay it off by 2028. Our federal council met last week and discussed election readiness, and although we have not yet opened the nominations for next election, planning for snap election is something we have experience with, and we will be ready if or when required, Watson said. They're not ready for snap elections. They're barely ready for regular elections. The last snap election wasn't exactly a surprise. We all knew it was coming. And yet the day that the campaign started, more than half of the ridings of the NDP had not been filled with a candidate. They had months to prepare. They are so disorganized, and I can say from first-hand experience trying to run for the party, I know this. And so what does the interim leader say to this, Toronto Star article? The interim leader, it says, nuh-uh. And that's the interim leader. No, we're not. So Mark Mason was also tweeting or quote tweeting out. So the National News Watch is just saying it's from reports from the Toronto Star that the NDP is $23 million in debt from Lucy Watson and Don Davies. No, we're not. Comments turned off. No, we're not. Comments turned off. Well, this one slipped in, I guess, because there was one comment. Lucy Watson is the source of that number. Is she incorrect? Yeah, we're not. No, nuh-uh. I'm not going to give you any proof of that or say anything others or say, no, we're totally financially secure. Nothing. No, we're not. Nope. Nuh-uh. And that's the end for that docket. Get to provincial stuff, I think, next. And then there's that. And then there's, Trying to keep the energy going. Let's see what people are saying in the sandbox. Have I missed anything? I thought I saw something flashing out the side of my eye. I forgot to eat before this. Darn it. I just suddenly felt hungry and realized I hadn't eaten before this. ADHD for the lose. Let's see. Okay, I think I remember seeing that about Rachel Gilmore. So the silly call me Ricky. Welcome to the sandbox. I thought we decided we were done with American bullshit. We should have lowered the cost of flying to Europe, UK, Asia, stimulating travel always. I'm a huge fan of trying to expand trade to other nations and starting to really minimize what we do with the United States. I'm a huge fan of that. We will never be able to be completely separated from the United States, just given that they're on our border and, you know, our economies are so entwined. But the more we get trade with Asia, South America, Europe, Africa, the better. The better. Hell, Antarctica. What are you exporting that we could use, huh? Huh? Looks like people are talking amongst themselves, which is good. Yori Gibson, Rachel is a great warrior like Zara Sultana and Kat Abugera. I wouldn't say she's like them because she's an independent journalist. Zara is a politician. And Kat, I believe she does like podcasts and is also currently running for office. And Rachel has no interest in actually like being a politician. She used to be a reporter on Parliament Hill. So in a way, I can't say that she's quite like them, but she is a great warrior. Just a different type, I think. They all have their own little niches, and she does fantastic like investigative journalism and can really find some of the in between the lines statements and whatnot, and has been following things like hate groups on the rise here in Canada and whatnot. But yeah, it's a different category of warrior, but great warriors all alike. Flow Snake left the box. Have you covered Richard Falk? I joined partway through. I did. I did. You can go back earlier. I read through a CBC article that was talking all about him being detained at the border. Paige Larson, ICE literally arrested an Indigenous woman after she got arrested for driving with a suspended license. And of course, the sheriff office that arrested her and Homeland Security denied any wrongdoing. Of course. Let's see. Just trying to skim over this. I always spend way too much time in the sandbox, and I like that because I like interacting with y'all, but I still have a bunch of news dockets to get to, and I need to get through it as fast as I can in a way, even though there's a lot to go through, because I desperately want to go check on my cat Frodo. I'm just worried, you know. I get emotional when I check on him, no matter what kind of condition he's in. It's really my emotional stress over that cat right now. I'm on a razor thin edge that I have to kind of like hyper focus on this. So I can't go out and check on him despite how much I want to right now. I probably will end up by the end of the stream going to check on him at least once. But he's sleeping for the most part, so. But for people who are showing up to my live stream a little bit later on, I mentioned at the beginning, things with my cat are very strained right now. If I get, it might just hit me at some point and I'd have to end the stream early if that happens. Because he's 18 years old. And he is the only creature on this planet I am currently bonded with. Let's see. People, I don't know what people are talking about, per se. Hello, Mozart. Trump tariffs tax on Americans. Ugh, paywalls for news? Yeah. I've talked about this before as somebody living with poverty. It's harder for me to compete in this political podscape YouTuber verse because I can't afford access to the same information as people with money. I can't afford access to equipment, to programs that a lot of the other people can afford access to. A lot of the things in my studio, these lights, this mic, I have 2 monitors, but one of them, like a lot of this is because they were on my Amazon wish list and people were able to help me out. And I had a job briefly before I got my job at Rebel HQ, which allowed me to upgrade my computer and everything for when I started my Rebel HQ videos. But like getting a subscription to a news organization is like, there's so many. Which one? And then I could go a whole month maybe with not even needing to reference any of their articles. So it's, yeah. It is, I understand why they do it. They need to, for money's sake, but there should be a better way of, people with poverty accessing the same information. And that's why on my channel, there are no paywalls. All content related to my channel will always be available to everyone. And so you can become a member, and I would appreciate it if you do, or you can become a patron, and I appreciate it if you do. And what you're doing is you're helping to support an inclusive community, that nobody will be excluded because of finances, because I've been in that situation too many times where I can't feel like I'm fully part of the community because I can't afford a subscription fee. But what happens when I get more subscribers, I get less stress financially. And when I have less stress financially, I'm able to produce more content. So there will be content that will be made courtesy of members, but it's going to be available to everyone because I don't want anyone to feel excluded from my community because of finances. Let's see. People saying that I can go check. It's just if I go check and he's not in a good condition, then this live stream is, it's one of those things. Yeah. Yuri Gibson, I closed a lot of my the windows I had open for Google, and that seems to help so my computer isn't so hot this week. I know cats can get COVID. I haven't heard of dogs getting COVID. Okay, let's get back into it, shall we? So, moving on to provincial level news. Some parties have figured out how to make ads. Finally. How to make ads that pump you up. I think everyone was paying attention to Zora Mandami and like, so if we do it like that, maybe we can work. Maybe it can work. And so here is Nahad Nunshi saying, "You deserve better. Alberta's New Democrats are ready." And he's the leader of the Alberta NDP. Alberta is such a shitstorm right now with everything happening with Danielle Smith. What she is doing is just absolutely outrageous. The way that she's privatizing the system. We'll get into a little bit more of what's happening in Alberta. But I think it's safe to play this ad because it is actually on YouTube. Because there's always, I don't know what it is about politicians, but they're like, you know what? Let's make an ad and post it on Twitter. But then this ad can't be shared by political YouTubers because we have music in the background that is copywritten. How about we do that? How about we make unshareable ads? It's really stupid. But since this one is already on YouTube, I'm suspecting that it's safe to play. However, if you're watching this live stream later and you're not seeing this video, it's because it had to be clipped out because of the music in it. And then I would recommend you go to his YouTube channel and watch it for yourself.
Ever feel underwater? Like stuff costs too much. Groceries, rent. When I was a kid, I made change at my family's laundromat. Every quarter was important. I cleaned toilets at the family's motel in Red Deer. And as the Alberta economy went up and down,
this was the year the recession was supposed to end.
Sometimes we were poor, and sometimes we were very poor. My family couldn't even afford to go to my sister's graduation, but she went alone and in a $19 dress.
Our parents stressed selfless service. Nahid had incredible opportunities in New York. He came home. He stayed here to make things better for all of us.
So definitely a downgrade with the current mayor of Calgary who decided that, do you know what, since we're being pressured to fly the Palestinian flag, we're just going to make it so we can't fly anyone's national flag. Just nope, none.
Nenshi, new mayor paints town purple with decisive win.
Today, Calgary is a different place than it was yesterday.
A flooding crisis. Mandatory evacuation.
Completely underwater right now.
By Calgary's mayor.
People in the community will get through this. After the flood, we pulled together. And what a privilege to lead Calgary to be named one of the best cities in the world.
Neil Smith has been elected.
Just, I always get suspicious when they, let's see if I can pull, there we go.
Privilege to lead Calgary to.
There we go. Go away. I don't care how favorable the headline is. Any progressive campaign out there should never quote the National Post. No, just no. I don't care. It says that you're the best mayor in the world. Okay, or you know what? Find a different source. Never quote the National Post. They are a right-wing transphobic rag. You don't quote them.
Be named one of the best cities in the world.
Neil Smith has been elected in the tightest election in Alberta's.
But now, too many Albertans are treading water.
Hard to live in Alberta now.
Danielle Smith promised to lower prices.
Prices in Alberta are sky high.
My groceries have doubled in the last couple of years.
Almost everything.
We're now having to dig into our savings.
She promised better schools. We got the lowest education funding in the country, and she engineered a teacher's strike.
Schools are in chaos right now.
And then she used the notwithstanding clause to force those teachers back to work without a bargain.
How about you try being a teacher, Danielle Smith?
She promised integrity, but we got corruption. She said she'd fix healthcare in 90 days.
And it's been 1,000 days.
The wait time is ridiculous.
10 hours to get an x-ray.
Ontario and Alberta are the worst provinces in the country right now for privatizing our healthcare. And just to quickly, Trump tariff tax non-Americans, Ontario is my province.
For one kid and 6 hours to get stitches for the other one. Earmuffs, kids.
That's bullshit.
And what's she doing? Going to Mar-a-Lago to surrender to Trump and bringing Trump's playbook of division, distraction, cruelty, and chaos. Right about now,
See, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. You know, to really emphasize her connections to Trump, her trips to Mar-a-Lago. You need more of this. Quite often you'll see like the liberals attacking the NDP and stuff like that, and the NDP attacking the liberals. No, just go for the jugular with the conservatives. There's so much material to work with.
you may be asking yourself,
The heck will you do, Nahhead?
I'm fighting to bring back the Alberta advantage. More jobs and more money in your pocket. Housing that you can afford. The very best public education system in the world. Public health care that's always there for you and your family. And I'll make you one promise. I will never pander to the separatists who want to destroy us. I believe...
See, that's all good, because Danielle Smith is definitely pandering to the separatists in order to keep her in the country. in the country of, in the government of Canada. I'm going to pander to separatists.
Alberta, unbreakable. First, never last. Albertans, it's time to get active. It's time to get loud. Join us. I'm Nahid Nenshi, and we are Alberta's New Democrats.
So it's good to see ads like this, kind of high energy, really, you can see the tonal change in it, and really going for the jugular with the conservatives. There's so much to work with there. I want to see more ads like this from the Ontario NDP about Doug Ford, because my God, is there a lot of material to work with there. And we'll be getting into some of it. So here's the breakdown. Again, if you're in Alberta and you want to follow Albertan politics, this is the people to be following on Twitter. A father called, so Danielle Smith does a call-in show. I'm sorry, I just realized, why haven't I tried calling in yet? I wonder if you actually have to be in Alberta, if they screen you somehow. Okay, anyway, a father called in to ask why his disabled son was getting the $200 clawback. Smith's response: the reason for that subsidy is we lobbied the feds to cost share. Sides we don't want disabled people moving to Alberta to take advantage of us. So here in Canada, on the federal level, they made the disability tax benefit. That was to solve poverty for people living with disabilities. Unfortunately, only a small fraction of the people who need that extra $200 a month are actually able to get it. And for even the people who are getting it, that doesn't solve their poverty, because $200 is nowhere near enough. You need to add another digit onto that. If we got $2,000 a month, we might be able to keep our heads above water, depending on where you live. But in Alberta, what happened is, for the people who are getting those $200 checks from the federal government, well, she's then just going to take it away from their provincial disability payments. So they're going to claw back that money. So they're not getting anything extra with that $200. No. The province decides that they're going to just save the money. It's disgusting. Like, people with disabilities are living in abject poverty in this country. And the idea that here you have this federal program just throwing pennies, but still it's more than they had before. And they're going to sit there and say, no. Even though these are the payments we've been doing with disability for so long, we're just going to claw that back. We're not going to let them have extra.
In Alberta, that $200 was deducted from the AISH payments that the handicapped people were getting. We're the only province that did that. I can't understand when they got this money to try and get them closer to being able to cover their immediate costs, because AISH is not endless, we know that. But why would Alberta not have let them have the $200 on top of the raise payment?
There's a couple things. First of all, we've always had a policy that when you're on social benefits, you have to seek all income from all sources. So we've been lobbying the federal government for some time to help cost share on this and to tell the other provinces to come up to our level. We are at $1,901 per month.
And that is a lot more than we're getting here in Ontario, which is sad.
Next closest provinces are $500 per month less than us. And so we were pleased to see that the federal government is now prepared to cost share with us. But it doesn't help us solve the problem we've identified if we just keep on being $500 higher than everyone else. What the feds want to do is they're challenging every province.
We shouldn't be paying more to people with disabilities in this province than the other provinces. No, we shouldn't be granting them a modicum of a decent life when other provinces are not, as opposed to being the shining example of what the other provinces should be doing. Because yeah, she's right. The other provinces should be up to par with the highest disability payments.
To get up to $1,831, which is the amount that the typical person makes when they go on to CPP and OAS. Because what we have heard is there's
and CPP also needs to be raised. So Canada Pension Plan, it's what we go on to after, when you hit a certain age. And even though the amount someone like me would get on CPP is more a month than what I currently get on disability, what a lot of people don't realize is all of your benefits go away. So on provincial disability, I have medications covered, some dental covered. Well, now a lot more people have dental covered, but certain medical equipment, there's like certain features and benefits within the provincial disability funds that you can access. When you get onto CPP, all of that is gone. You just get a blank check to cover everything when your health care costs are going to increase.
There's a huge cliff that happens when somebody goes from 64 to 65 and then switch over onto those other social benefits. We want to make sure that that cliff does not become too large. And we also can't be so far out of whack with the other provinces that people move here just to be on our social programs.
Ain't no one moving to Alberta just to be on their social programs. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Because for one thing, if you move to Alberta and you need to be on disability, you have to then apply to be on disability in Alberta. And like with most disability programs across the country, they'll automatically reject you. It's very, very, very difficult to get onto disability. So if you just move to Alberta, where's your family doctor? So you'd have to get a family doctor. You'd have to get the medical history. You'd have to go to see their specialist there to get, certified that, yes, you do need to be on disability. And then you would need to apply for disability. And then you'd get rejected and you'd have to make sure you apply again. And all of this could take more than a year. So what are you doing in the meantime? No one is moving to any province to get onto their disability support programs. That's not a thing, because you would have to have the money to move in the first place, which a lot of us don't even have to begin with. This isn't a thing. It's not a thing. Ain't no one going there for that.
We've got to be consistent with the other provinces, and that's what we're doing. So no one will ever get less than $1,901. And next year, we're also indexing that so that it goes up to $1,940, but a portion of it will come from the federal government. Yep, $200, and then the rest will come from the province.
And so here is more from her call-in show. I don't know why it has taken me so long to figure this out. Caller, I'm concerned hospitals are going to collapse because vaccines aren't available and healthcare workers could strike. So yes, the healthcare workers are currently bargaining and there is a proposal strike date coming up. Also, COVID vaccines in Alberta, for the vast majority of people, you now have to pay for them. Canada's free healthcare, universal healthcare. Yeah, you have to pay for COVID vaccines. most people have to pay for COVID vaccines now in Alberta. $100 for the vaccine. Quebec decided to follow suit. The rest of the provinces, it's still free. I got mine this season. Got it with my flu shot. But yeah. So then Smith says, anyone can get the vaccine. No. It's easy. No. We're also following recommendations. No, they're not. The feds are the worst.
I'm just worried about the COVID flu shot. It seems with this province, we have one step forward and two steps back. I don't know why the COVID flu shot arrangement was changed. It's much harder, more difficult, more timely, limited shots available. So with this new procedure, Madam Premier, are you prepared when the hospitals become overflowing and the nurses are going on strike? What will be the solution then? Thank you very much.
Well, there's two different shots. COVID is one shot. It's a different virus, and influenza is another shot.
What? I didn't know she was a medical expert and could clarify that for people. You telling me that influenza vaccine that people have been receiving in this country for decades and decades is different than the other shot we get for the COVID that's only been around for about 5 years? Those are two different shots you're talking about, huh? You mean people don't just get... No, I got 2 shots when I got my flu and COVID vaccine, because one was for the flu, the other was for COVID. Yes, I think most people know this. We know this.
It's a different virus. So influenza is going to be done exactly the same way as it always has. You can go to pharmacy and get it. You can go to a public health clinic and get it. It's a lot more of a stable type of vaccine because it can be stored at room temperature. It doesn't expire very quickly. COVID is a very different type of vaccine. It has to be stored and transported at a very low temperature.
You know what? In winter, low temperatures aren't exactly an issue here in Canada. Just saying.
And quite frankly, we just saw so much wastage in the last 3 years. We over-ordered. Albertans didn't want it. Let's be frank.
And why didn't they want it, Danielle? Is it because of all the anti-vax propaganda? Like, she actually rose to fame in her party because of her anti-vax stance on issues during COVID. Yeah, it's because of the propaganda bullshit that people like her keep on spewing as to why so many Albertans are saying, oh, maybe these vaccines are like dangerous when they're not.
About that, last year only 13% of Albertans wanted it.
And that's an issue. You need to be encouraging people to get the vaccines, not discouraging them from getting them.
And we ended up throwing about 54% of it out, which was a cost at $150 a shot.
So you had to throw out 54% of them, $150, blah, blah, blah. It's been proven. Like it's easily provable, and the statistics show the amount of wastage, the money lost on shots not used, pales in comparison to the costs incurred in the healthcare system for people who end up in the hospital because of COVID. It's just that's not money wasted. It's still money saved. And if you actually encouraged more people to get the COVID vaccine and made it more acceptable and stuff, there wouldn't be so much wastage. And then there wouldn't even be so many people in the hospital. It's like a win-win-win. Huh? But no. You're just going to make it harder. You're going to force people to pay for it. The healthcare system will be in absolute chaos because you're so anti-vax in Alberta. Yeah. Getting vaccinated saves the healthcare money so much more than the little piddly amount of money wasted or not used on these COVID vaccines.
Of several $100 million over the last 3 years. And we just can't do that anymore. And so we want to make sure that those who want it can get it, those who need it most certainly can get it, and that we don't end up with all of that wastage. And so that's why we're making it available at the public health clinics, and pharmacies have also made it available. Anyone who...
But here's the thing. You see, I used to work in supply chain, so I know a little something about something when it comes to this sort of thing. People now have to go pay for those vaccines, but they're still going to have wastage because it's not like they can predict how many people are going to go in. So you're going to overdo it so that you make sure that you have all the vaccines needed for the people who can afford it. You're still going to run into the same problem, though, because you don't know how many people, you don't know what the demand is. So you don't know how many people are going to go get the shot. So how is this any different? How is it any different? Forcing people to pay, how is it any different than when you were getting vaccines for the public? You still run into the same problem. Only now people have to supplement that cost, I guess.
Needs it can get it for free. So make sure that you go to your local.
There are certain groups of people where she's saying that you can still get it for free. However, one of the caveats is if you live in a household with one of those vulnerable people, you don't get it for free. So only the vulnerable people can get it for free. But if you are in a household with one of those vulnerable people, you cannot get it for free.
Public health clinic, and you'll be able to get it there. Anyone who wants it can go to a pharmacy, and they can pay for it there.
They can pay for it there? Okay, so it's not anyone who wants it can get it. It's anyone who wants it and can afford it can get it. That's going to rule out a lot of people. Now, a lot of people can't afford $100 for the shot. So it's not anyone who wants it can get it. It's anyone who wants it and can afford it can get it.
They can pay us. So we just want to make sure that we're not wasting these precious resources. That's an awful lot of money for vaccine, and our vaccine policy.
And so much more money would have been saved because of the people who won't end up in the hospital because of vaccines. But hey.
Has always been to focus it on those who are most in need.
Okay, enough of this. So a little bit more on the crumbling healthcare system and stuff of that sort, and my frustration with the federal government not cracking down with the Healthcare Act because they should be. So Dr. Vivian is saying, bottom line, universal healthcare is needed, consistently rated as Canada's most cherished institutions. Yes. So often Canadians love to snub their nose at Americans saying, we have healthcare here. Don't make it one of those things you're only going to miss it when it's gone, because that's what's happening right now. So don't buy the false discourse actively pushed by some U.S.-owned media sources and their grifting mouthpieces touting the benefits of a two-tiered model. There are none. And she's quote tweeting Bev, who's posting this TikTok about somebody breaking down the fact that, you know, conservatives are trying to destroy the universal health care in Canada and the federal government ain't doing shit about it when they should be.
Why are we letting the conservatives destroy universal health care in Canada? To me, it's one of the best things.
Actually, since this is almost 3 minutes long, I'm going to go check on Frodo while this is playing.
About our country, you know, pioneered by Tommy Douglas way, way back. And luckily it took, you know, there's a big fight against it. But now we all have universal health care. And for a while, it's been kind of just a well-known thing that conservatives, they're trying to underfund healthcare in the provinces so that they can tell people, hey, look, this way doesn't work. And so we need to switch to private healthcare. But now they're really fucking doing it, especially in Alberta and Ontario. Why the fuck are we letting this happen? If they're successful with this, we're fucked. It is a transfer of wealth. That's all it is. Like so many fucking things the conservatives do. We want rich people to get richer and poor people to suffer. That's it. If we don't have free healthcare, we're like the Americans. Ugh, no, their healthcare's fucked. Ours is getting fucked. So why are we putting up with this? Why is the federal government putting up with this? Do you know how fucking popular it would be? Like if Carney just came in and said, I'm putting a stop to this. I'm saying that they can't fucking do this. They get money. They need to use the money that they have for healthcare for everybody. And they're not doing that. They're putting it into private clinics. And then people like it because they say, well, yeah, I had to wait forever at the hospital because the other hospital closed. It's like, that's the provincial governments. That's the conservatives doing that. They're doing that so that the private option looks better. We need to fucking stop letting them do this. Because once we lose it, it's gone. It is completely gone. Especially Ford, he is aggressively dismantling this just so his rich fucking buddies can get better contracts, and everybody is suffering. That is one thing that everybody can agree on across the country. Every single Canadian can say, I wish the healthcare system was better. So we need to start fucking attacking the people who are attacking our healthcare. It's not complicated. A few people are fucking this up for everybody. So what can we do to fight against them? The feds need to step in and say, you're not fucking doing this. If the federal liberals put something forward saying, this is a new bill, they're not allowed to do this anymore. Do you know how much fucking support that would get? It would only be rich people voting against it who just didn't like it. Everybody else would like it. This is not something that we can fuck around with. They're doing it quickly. Why are we letting this happen? That's my question. Why the fuck are we letting this happen to our healthcare that we cherish so fucking much? I'm fucking angry about this. I don't like it. Oh, I just want to fucking slap these people. What do you think?
There, just in time for it to end. Yeah, it's one of my biggest frustrations that we're seeing it being dismantled right before our eyes, and so many people are just turning a blind eye to it. They're not paying attention. The federal government is responsible for this. And that's why when I interview the people who are interested in becoming leaders of the NDP, I'm asking them, are they actually going to enforce the Canadian Healthcare Act? Because so many people will not be able to afford any sort of extra, like so many people in Canada are already struggling, massively struggling. To throw healthcare costs on top of that is just incomprehensible. So an example of that is Kelly here, who is, she speaks on this a lot. And she says, when I was in my 20s, I became very sick from endometriosis and endometriosis. I needed a hysterectomy and multiple blood transfusions. I was told since I was young I would recover quickly. I was told I would only need 4 to 6 weeks off work. Then things went wrong. So we have the issues of, like, a lot of the times too in our healthcare system, they might say, you know what, we're going to pat you on the head and say it's not that bad, especially if you are a woman or a person of color, or if you're Indigenous. They tend to dismiss you a lot of the times and not take you seriously and believe you when you say, this is an issue. They'll be like, no, it's not. And you'd be like, I know my body. This is an issue. And she says, I bled too much during surgery and needed extra blood. I developed a C. diff and had to spend a week in the hospital. When I was finally discharged, my lab work and vitals were worse than when I went in. I tried to advocate for myself, but it was told I was fine. I wasn't fine. I had severe post-op complication and was bleeding into my abdomen. It took 4 ER visits before they found it because healthcare workers kept telling me the pain and fatigue were normal. They gaslit me and sent me home. Thankfully, my then boyfriend took me into the ER for a 4th time and caused the scene. This is not the first time I've heard this sort of thing, where it has to be the male partner or somebody making a scene in order for a woman to be taken seriously. And not everyone has that. And she mentions that. Like, not everyone has that support when you go into a hospital. So he got loud and demanded care. They ran tests to shut him up. And the next thing I knew, I was being rushed to another hospital for emergency surgery. I had a 50-50 chance of survival. What should have been a 4 to 6 week recovery turned into a month-long hospital stay and 11 months off work. I needed full-time care when I was finally discharged. I wasn't able to drive, cook, or clean for months. It devastated me emotionally and financially. So just because we don't pay for medical bills doesn't mean it's we're all covered. So if you have to take time off work to recover, you're losing money. If you need in-home care but you don't have the money, you're SOL. There's so many things that aren't taken into consideration that are medical costs that aren't seen as medical costs. Just because we don't get a bill doesn't mean that it's not a financial hardship to have, if you spend a month in a hospital. Like, do you have any idea of what would happen to somebody on disability, relying on disability, if they had to spend a month in a hospital? We wouldn't get our check for the housing allowance. So the part of the money that goes towards housing allowance, If we're not in our apartment for over a month because we might be in the hospital, then disability would stop and restart when you get back in. So unless you're occupying your residence for majority of the time, that's why you can't leave the country for extended time periods either. Maybe you want to go to a different province or out of country to be with a loved one as they're passing away or something. Well, then disability would just cut you off. In some places, you know, work insurances don't have things covered if you're in the hospital, but you want something like cable or the internet. That costs a lot of money. So it's not like it's free here. We just don't get a bill for the actual work done. So why do I tell this story? Because I'm seeing a lot of people indicating that being in poverty is a choice, that it's a result of bad decisions and people could just try harder. No one seems willing to acknowledge the fact that most of us are one emergency away from poverty. I was completely broke at the time I got out of the hospital. I sold everything I owned, including my car. I moved out of my apartment into a room in a basement with a bunch of other people. Friends and family fed me. The debt mounted. And that's the thing, like I've had to do crowdsourcing to raise money for Frodo's vet bills and my car because my car needs new brake pads and I'm taking my car into the garage on Tuesday for that. But, you know, to live in that situation where you have to rely on the kindness of the people in your community, that is stressing to begin with. You feel like a burden. You're ashamed of it. You know, there's so many things that go through your head when you get to that point where it's like, you know, you can't do this on your own. Because what I want nothing more right now, like so many generous people helped out with those bills. And I don't know, like if Frodo actually gets to his surgery date on the 28th, that's going to be more because right now the money I've gotten will just cover off the car and what Frodo's vet bills are up to this point. But yeah, the amount of stress that keeps you under, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But if I could just get my channel up to the point where I no longer have to do that, my stress level would go down. I don't need much to get by. You know, I don't live an expensive lifestyle. I live very cheap. And, you know, that's my biggest goal right now is to start making enough from this channel where I don't have to turn to the community. And that in times of need, I can maybe toss, you know, $30 or $40 towards someone who needs it. So I was in Canada, so mercifully there were no medical bills outside the cost of prescription medication. Because again, not universal health care. Had this been in the US, my medical debt would have been in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, yet I still barely survived it. Why? Because being sick is expensive. Being unable to work while you have increased medical costs is a recipe for financial disaster. Even if you plan carefully and have savings, they can be wiped out quickly if you have a major medical event. They're wiped out even faster in the US. You are far closer to being homeless and or impoverished than you are to being rich. You won't be the exception if you experience a catastrophic medical event. A good and caring society ensures health care is a basic human right to give people a fighting chance. If I had to pay medical bills on top of spending a year off work and having to hire caregiver support, I would have been bankrupt. We must stop blaming people for becoming ill, stop blaming people for not having support, stop blaming people for being homeless. I'm glad to survive, but I am also painfully aware that my privilege played a role, that having universal health care and private benefits helped, that having friends and family to assist made a difference. Not everyone is so lucky and no one deserves to suffer. So how bad is it going to get, especially like in places like Alberta? Like how bad is it getting in Canada when it comes to, you know, vaccines and medication and overrun hospitals? Well, wait, Canada can regain its measles elimination status? Yes, so we are the first Western country to lose our measles elimination status. Infectious disease experts say Canada's loss of measles elimination status shows how badly investment is needed in public health, rebuilding vaccine confidence, and solving primary care crisis. On Monday, the Pan American Health Organization revoked the measles-free status Canada has had since 1998 because an outbreak of the virus across several provinces has lasted for more than a year. I think we were just going to watch the video on this one. I don't know how much more detail I need to go into it. I've been covering this. But between like Ontario and Alberta in particular, it's really bad. Right, I think we were going to watch the video of this one.
No country wants to be a part of.
We're on a list of countries that are torn apart by war or civil unrest, and it's really shocking that a country like Canada is on that list.
After having the illness under control since 1998, Canada is no longer considered measles-free.
Clearly, we're disappointed by this. It's not where we'd like to be.
An arm of the World Health Organization responsible for the Americas stripped this country of its distinction and informed Canadian officials on Monday
that the endemic transmission of measles has been reestablished in Canada.
Nations that fail to stop the spread a year after an outbreak lose their status. It's a serious setback Canadian doctors warned was coming.
I would probably speak for most pediatricians that we're a little bit saddened by the news, not unexpected news.
While cases are dropping, Alberta is nearing 2,000 infections. That's more than what's been recorded in all of the United States.
And just so you know, the population of Alberta is about 5 million people. So in that province of 5 million people, more cases of measles than the entirety of the United States.
Spread was really into particular communities that were vaccinated less than the general population.
There's a coordinated, well-resourced disinformation campaign against specifically measles vaccination.
Good job! It may also be a symptom of the crisis in primary care, with 6.5 million Canadians without a family doctor.
The family doctor crisis has had a big impact in measles vaccination rates because childhood vaccines are administered in the context of the family doctor, not in pharmacies.
With infections slowing, the Public Health Agency of Canada says it's confident the country will get its elimination status back. But health experts say it highlights the need for Canada to get in line with other G7 countries by launching a national vaccine registry. Donna?
How about I do this bit again with the volume on? I don't like eating on camera, so I mute it and I put this book in front of my face. But you know, how bad could it really get here in Canada? Because, you know, measles is bad. People have actually died from it, but still, you know, we're a Western country. We're aware of things. How bad could it really get? Well, fuck. This bad. This bad. Yes, I know I muted everyone. Not anymore. So, tuberculosis outbreak declared in inner city Edmonton primary care, Alberta. Decision to declare outbreak made in October after 2 cases of same strain confirmed. Gee, I am shocked. Shocked, I say, that this is happening in Alberta. But Danielle Smith so worried that people, especially people who are immunocompromised and relying on disability, are going to flood the province, dying to get there. Well, they'd be dying once they are there. So provincial health officials have declared an outbreak of tuberculosis in Edmonton's core after lab tests confirmed 2 inner-city residents had the same strain of the infectious disease. Primary Care Alberta, PCA, issued a news release Thursday that announced that the outbreak. But in that release, it stated the decision to declare an outbreak was made same time last month once the lab results for the 2 Edmontonians came back. The results suggest there was a recent local transmission, PCA said. Tuberculosis is an infectious disease that usually affects the lungs but can affect other parts of the body. It can spread when an infected person coughs, sneezes, and spits, but is treatable with antibiotics. PCA's a newly created provincial agency said that handles primary care services said it has identified 12 tuberculosis cases so far this year that were connected to central Edmonton and people experiencing homelessness. Those with the least suffer the most. 3 of those people have had the same strain of the disease and are deemed part of the outbreak, the health agency said. Living in communal spaces, including homeless shelters, is a factor and can increase the risk of tuberculosis infections. The outbreak is not considered a risk to the general public at the moment because unhoused people are not part of the general public, PCA said. But contact tracing is ongoing and potentially exposed people will be contacted by the health agency. The PCA and medical officers of health from Alberta's Ministry in Primary and Preventative Health Services are also meeting regularly with inner-city agencies and organizations to share information, offer support, and to assess and screen people identified as close contacts. Yep. That's what we have here in Canada. Frodo's okay. I just remembered I also had to give him his pain medication. So we're about to start talking a little bit about Ontario. Before we do that, let's quickly check the SandBox. Yes, buy my book, which I use to shield my mouth when I'm chewing on camera. All right. I usually do this when I'm going through the SandBox. Yes, buy my book. It is, yeah, checking on Frodo whenever I can, but I'm always holding my breath as I approach him, just hoping he's okay. Let's see. Hello, the Wild West. How far back did I go? Oh, there's some stuff about Daniel Smith. Okay, I got that. So yes, I'm in Ontario. Grand Theft Autobot, I'm disabled. Fuck Alberta. I don't want to live there. I'd rather go to Maritime Province, if anything. I don't know why, but I think Nova Scotia would be nice to live. I've never actually been there, though. I would love to travel out east. Let's see. One thing that blows Comrie, one thing that blows my mind, we're at a higher altitude than the majority of Canadians, but y'all got a lot more snow than what we get. Yeah, it's the air currents and stuff and moisture saturation and all that sort of stuff that goes into it. Or rumor, my girlfriend has always been vaxxed and she now has COVID. She thinks she got it at the dentist visit. Ouch. Yeah. Open wide and say COVID. Yeah. But at least being vaccinated, quite often it means that if you do get it, it's not going to be as severe. That's what they say. It doesn't prevent you completely from getting it, but it does reduce it and then also reduces the severity of it. So I hope she's okay. Let's see. Just trying to scooch through these. Everyone telling me I'm muted, I know. Grand Theft Autobot, Danielle Smith does know that we can't just transfer disability benefits from one province to another willy-nilly, right? We'd have to start the process from scratch, and I don't want to go through. Yeah, I explained that during the video. That we can't just do that. And that's why when I was talking to Tony McQuail, who's running for leader of the NDP, I mentioned, you know what, that's a thing. Because I do ask the candidates about disability issues. Because far too often, they're not talked about. And I mentioned that that is an issue, and there could be some sort of standardizing across the country, or a way to easily transfer disability coverage from one province to another. That would be very helpful, because I suspect there are more people with disabilities in Alberta who would like to leave Alberta than there are people with disabilities outside of Alberta who want to live in Alberta. I'm just guessing there. Okay. Well, let's get into some Ontario news. Because you know how Doug Ford likes to sell off public land? First it was the Science Centre, and then there was Ontario Place, and then he tried with the Greenbelt, and he's also trying with Wasaga Beach. Well, now it's the Exhibition Place, and most of you outside of Ontario won't know what this is, but the Exhibition Place is a spot in Toronto, well known, where, you know, there's the X, as they call it, at the end of summer, which is like a fair with rides and vendors and foods, and it's known for its wacky foods and stuff like that as a way to celebrate the end of summer going into September and whatnot. Lots of concerts and stuff. Like it is a landmark, you know, it is a place known throughout the province, and of course Doug Ford wants to sell it off. So again, we're going to be watching a video from a politician, Chris Glover. He's an NDP MPP. And I hope he's not using copywritten music in this. So if you're watching this later on and you see this muted, that's why. Because I almost said these dumbasses. No, I'm not saying Chris Glover is a dumbass, but it pisses me off when politicians make little public ads like this on Twitter and Instagram and stuff, but then they use music that is copywritten so that you can't then share it on YouTube. It makes no sense to me, because one would think you want your ad to be shareable across the social medias. One would think, you know what? I want that Left of the Box channel to be talking about my ad because my ad is so amazing. Maybe I shouldn't put copywritten music into it then. you know? So I have no idea. So if it's muted out afterwards, this is why. But Chris Glover says, breaking my office just uncovered that buried in the fall economic statement, Ford's Conservatives are quietly seizing control of Exhibition Place. They're bringing the land under the Rebuilding Ontario Place Act legislation that lets the Premier override provincial and municipal laws. Just override them. Just like, oh, that's a nice law you have. I'm just going to ignore it. Including heritage protections, environmental safeguards, and even labor laws. This scandal-ridden government cannot be trusted with more public land. Retweet if you agree.
And they've been hosting events. So this is breaking news. The staff in my office have just found out that buried in the fall economic statement, Ford's Conservatives are seizing control of Exhibition Place. This is the home of the CNE since 1879. It's the home of the Royal Winter Fair for the last 103 years. It's the home of BMO Field. The City of Toronto owns and operates this property, and they've been hosting events that invite millions of visitors every year and are a real economic engine, and not just for the City of Toronto, but for the province of Ontario. Now Ford is bringing it under the Rebuilding Ontario Place Act, which will allow them to break any provincial or municipal law.
I'm sorry, but Yuri Gibson, I think you have a typo in your comment, and I kind of love it. Even though it's about a bad thing, but, you know, because you were saying, I don't blame responding to Grand Theft Auto. I don't blame it is a nightmare if you move from country to another, and getting disability normally takes around 18 to 2 months to 2 years. I've been a carer to a disabled person for nearly 19 years. It's such a piano in the ass and so fucking stressful. You know, I would imagine if you have a piano in your ass, it's going to be pretty painful in there too. Because I think you meant to say there's a pain in the ass. Having a piano in there, do you fart musical notes then? I'm sorry. I just needed that. I do like that phrase though. It's such a piano in the ass. Anyway, back to actual news.
Here, including heritage laws, environmental.
And also, I feel, yeah, I can't move out of country either because, you know, disability issues. No other country would want me to begin with, and yeah.
Mental laws, labor laws, they will be able to do virtually whatever they want on exhibition grounds. This is the same government that has had real estate scandals with the Greenbelt, with the Science Centre, with Ontario Place, with the dozens of MZOs that they've given away to friends and family members. We've got to stop the seizure of our exhibition place. We've got to keep it in public hands, in the City of Toronto's hands. If you agree, please share this video. Help us get the word out.
Well, hopefully you're allowing me to share this video by not having copyrighted music on it. And Fatima Saeed is also pointing out that I've covered about Wasaga Beach, which is the world's longest freshwater beach, public land. And Doug Ford has already threatened to try selling that off because he tried to sell off parts of the green belt and that didn't work. And so then he wanted to help out his developers that he promised that land to by trying to sell off part of Wasaga Beach. And it turns out buried in Doug Ford's fall budget are changes that will remove parts of Wasaga Beach from provincial protections. As reported in August, those parts are 60% of the world's longest freshwater beach and the main nesting area for the piping plover, which is a cute little birdie. Doug Ford loves to claim how much he loves this country and how much he's for Canadians and stuff, but he really does do a bang-up job of selling off this province to foreign investors, to privatizing it, chopping it up, and selling it off. Anyone who's under the illusion that Doug Ford actually cares about this province is, you know, absolutely partisan, pilled, brained. I'm sure there's a better insult in there than what I just said. Let's see. So, now would it surprise anyone if that stupid idea that Doug Ford has about putting a highway under a highway, that he already kind of knows who's going to get that contract, and it's kind of already somebody who supported him, and it's kind of absolutely entirely corruption. It's just corruption. That's all it is. Corruption.
To one of our incredible labor partners, Joe Mancinelli.
It's a long-standing relationship between the Ford government and one of Ontario's largest construction unions, one that's received $21 million taxpayer dollars since 2018 for a variety of frontline training programs.
Our 140,000 members in Ontario have been searching for leadership, and they found it with Doug Ford.
In 2 successive elections, LaUNA endorsed the Ontario Progressive Conservatives, even opening up its training facility to the PC party during the 2025 snap election campaign.
Also known what's happening here as a quid pro quo.
Then, a few months after Premier Doug Ford was re-elected to a 3rd term, Ontario's Labour Minister David Piccini attended a LaUNA membership meeting with an offer.
I'm here with a heartfelt thank you from Premier Doug Ford and our PC government. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the support you gave us in the last election. We'll continue to support you and your members. We've got a tunnel we're going to build, and I know who's going to build it.
The 401 tunnel is, for now, a government concept that's still being studied. Minister Piccini's office.
It was already studied and said, no, this is a really stupid idea. And the province paid for that study. So now the province is paying for another study, which is over $9 million, because he really wants a study that says, no, you can go ahead with this. 50-kilometer tunnel under the 401. Like, what's worse than getting stuck in a traffic jam on the 401? It'd be getting stuck in a traffic jam in a tunnel under the 401. This is such a batshit idea. Like, it's absolutely insane, crazy idea. A 50-kilometer highway under a highway. How about a high-speed train? How about that?
Said all government contracts would follow a fair and open procurement process. But critics question the minister's motivation.
There's a lot of quid pro quos. You know, going out and promising a whole bunch of friends something so they'll support you, right? So they'll donate to you.
Anyway, we got the gist of this. It's corruption. But also, speaking about the issues of trying to build a tunnel under the 401 is we already kind of have an idea as to what will happen, because Metrolink struggled to tunnel under Highway 401, forcing lane closures and repairs. Yes, Metrolink, it's a subway extension that went under the 401, and you know what? There were issues. Like the first study that was done that said that there's risk of like road collapse and stuff like that, because wouldn't it just be charming to be on the 401, stuck in traffic? At least I would hope that I'm at least stuck in traffic. If it suddenly the ground gave out under me, because I wouldn't want to drive into that hole. I'd much rather just go straight down. But I'd much rather none of that, because I would also be horrified if I was in the tunnel when that happened. I would never go in the tunnel. So, yeah. So fresh questions are being raised about the viability of Ontario Premier Doug Ford's plan to tunnel beneath Highway 401 after new internal documents reveal the extensive difficulties a major provincial transit project has experienced trying to go under the artery. Also, this is going to cost about $100 billion. We need that money in other places. I'm just saying. Since early 2023, a tunnel boring machine has been slowly making its way from the... We don't need to know those details. So during the summer, it reached Highway 401, forging a path under the road and onto the other side. Internal documents obtained by Ontario NDP, however, suggest the work was far from smooth. Redacted, of course, reports and presentation from provincial transit agency Metrolinx reveal how problematic the tunneling was. The documents seen by Global News show the Ministry of Transportation had to put a partial road lane closures in place for 3 weeks. Tunneling was more complicated than the contractor performing it had expected. The boring machine required an 8-month break for repairs once it had burrowed under the 401. Not shocking. NDP leader Marit Stiles said the issues with the tunneling under the cross-section of Highway 401 serves as evidence the Premier's plan to build a 50-kilometer expressway beneath it is impossible. I think it causes us to question the Premier's obsession around this vanity project that he has to build a tunnel under the 401, she said. So internal documents reveal tunneling boring machine for the Scarborough subway, which was launched in the north, blah, blah, blah. Issues almost immediately after it launched. So throughout 2023 and 2024, the boring machine experienced substance sinking issues. By June 2024, the machine made its way southbound under the 401, so on and so forth. Let's just scooch down to unexpected soil issues. Stiles says the issues the machine encountered tunneling just short of section of Highway 401 raised questions. Okay, yeah, you already said this. Now, where was the actual part attached to this? Anyway, yeah. So the ground conditions combined with the wear and tear on the machine heightened risk to soil shifting and an abundance of caution. Lanes were closed. You see, the thing here about southwestern Ontario is there used to be a glacier on top of us thousands of years ago. Big glacier. Big glacier. And as that big glacier was receding, going this way and then going this way, there was like all this sediment and dirt and rocks and stuff that just went off it, just kept on draining off of it, and made basically southwestern Ontario into a really big sand pit. Some of the best farming land in the world, though, because all that sediment had nice little nutrients in it and whatnot. But there's also like granite rock and stuff of that sort. So here's the issue with tunnel that would be 50 kilometers long is you're going to go through mushy soil land, but then there's also going to be rock to go through, and then more mushy swampland, and then more rock and even forest-like land to go through. There is no consistency. This isn't the same type of land through all of it. And the thing is that each type of that land has different processes in the freeze-thaw issues within Canada, you know, because it freezes during the winter. And if the soil freezes with water in it, it has a different effect than when a rock gets really cold. You know, there's some contraction stuff going on. And when you do a project this big, ideally you want consistency, because in that way you get the same parts for each section. Whereas this, you would literally need to custom and tailor make every kilometer of that highway based on the soil around it. I think 100 million is lowballing it. Are you trying to turn off my mic? I think he's trying to turn off my mic. I think he's trying to turn off my mic. Are you trying to turn off my mic? Are you going to say hi to people? Maybe. There we go. There we go. You can sit like this. So, this idea of a highway under a highway is just such a dumb, stupid freaking... It's like what an elementary kid would think is a good idea. And it's like, you know what I think would be a good idea? Oh my God. We do not have $100 billion to spend on this dumbass idea that won't do anything. It's just, it won't make traffic better, as studies have shown when you do this sort of thing. It's just, yeah, it's just an absolute land grab. Or money grab for corporations and stuff. Yes, Abernathy. But also, I knew the liberals got in trouble with like selling off some of our resources like this, but you know, when Doug Ford does it. So, Frank Dominic has just made a little video. The price of electricity is skyrocketing in Ontario, but you haven't noticed because Doug Ford is passing the cost on to your grandchildren. Let's listen to what he has to say about this, because you know how Doug Ford promised to lower the cost of everything. Everything, just everything. And he has actually just made everything worse.
On November 1st, the cost of electricity in Ontario went up by 30%, but you might not have noticed because Doug Ford is using more rebates in order to cover the cost of those surging hydro prices, which means that your grandchildren are going to be paying for your tax rebates. The increase to the rebate is going to cost taxpayers $2 billion per year.
So this is the ultimate kicking the can down the road type thing.
Meaning that power subsidies are now going to make up the majority of the province's $14.6 billion deficit. Remember, when Doug Ford took office, he promised to cut electricity prices by 12%, and they have only gone up since. And this $2 billion is on top of the $6.5 billion that we already spent to subsidize the cost of electricity. And this is money that should be spent on healthcare, education, infrastructure, but Doug Ford isn't doing that. And we've known for a long time now that there's going to be a massive increase in the amount of electricity that is needed because of EVs, heat pumps, etc. And while Doug Ford is spending tens of billions of dollars on new nuclear power, he is avoiding the cheapest and most responsible way to generate electricity, wind and solar. In 2024 worldwide, wind and solar made up 90% of all new electricity installed, but Ontario...
Yes, no more pipelines. Let's do this. Let's do this instead. No more oil pipelines. More electric, solar, wind power.
Has not constructed any new wind or solar in 7 years. Instead, while cities like Toronto are trying to get rid of gas plants that are making local air pollution worse, the Ford government is more heavily relying on gas as we are building more nuclear. Once again, completely ignoring things like rooftop solar, vehicle-to-grid integration, and offshore wind. This isn't even about Doug Ford being callous, it is just incompetence. Conservatives always complain about their kids and grandparents having to pay for the debt of their governments, but yet for some reason when Doug Ford does it, it's totally fine. Hit the like and follow button if you want to stay up to date on news and politics in Ontario.
Now, some of you might not know, but Doug Ford used to have a brother named Rob Ford, who is known around the world as the crack-smoking mayor of Toronto. And Rob Ford, I wouldn't say he was a good guy, but he had a charm about him. There was just something so endearing about him that he was able to get like a lot of the attention and stuff like that, and people forget how completely outrageous he was, and some of the things that he would say, and his behavior probably almost paved the way for someone like Trump. Really, the things that he would say and get away with, my God. But apparently, it's a 12-year anniversary of the most insane thing to ever happen on live television. If you have sensitive ears, you might want to cover them. This is Rob Ford.
They're calling a friend of mine a prostitute. Alana is not a prostitute. She's a friend, and it makes me sick how people are saying this. So unfortunately, I have no other choice. I'm the last one to take legal action. I can't put up with it anymore. So I've named the names. Litigation will be starting shortly. I've had enough. That's why I warned you guys yesterday. Be careful what you wrote. Okay, so that's all I have to say for now. And the next thing I want to call Mayor Britannia in Hamilton and tell them that we're going to have to spank their little tiger cats. Oh, and the last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home.
What about drinking and driving, Mayor?
Got more than enough to eat at home. You know, at least he's considerate that way. At least he's considerate. Takes a real man to admit that sometimes. And also, from a province I almost never report on because it's in the East Coast and who cares? No, just kidding. Because there's not usually like big news stories coming out of some of the Atlantic provinces. But this was rather surprising. This is a post from the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador saying November 13th, 19th is Transgender Awareness Week. We all have a role to play in building safer, more inclusive communities for all of us. Trans rights are human rights. Everyone deserves to live with respect, safety, and dignity. Yes, that sounds like a very reasonable statement. And what's this? He's a conservative? What? A conservative is saying something like this? Somebody saying this post was by a newly minted progressive conservative premier, deserves to be applauded and shared. Well said, Mr. Premier. Hopefully yours is a message all conservatives will support. Now, it's great. And it's great that he actually posted it, but the fact that we have to like look at this like astonishment that a conservative would do the bare minimum in decency towards the queer community, we shouldn't be in a place where we're astonished by the bare minimum. But that's where we are. Like, I'm glad he did it. I wish more conservative premiers would just, you know, stop using transphobic rage to, you know, try to appeal to their base. And it'd just be nice for them to actually think of us as people. Okay, back to the main shot. That's it for that docket. Close. And I have 2 more dockets, I think. 3 more dockets? Oh my god. There's the first 2 are smaller. We'll see how I'm doing for time and energy and stuff. You know, Abernathy, you can't stay on my lap. No matter how cute you are. And you are cute. Because you're a freaking heavy cat. And I have to shift around a lot with you on my lap. Because you cut off the blood circulation to my legs. Come on. Say bye to everyone. Oh. Okay. You better not be autoplaying. Well, it's autoplaying, but at least not with music or audio. Okay. Let's see. So we got some piano jokes in there because, you know, a piano in the ass would be stressful. It's just watching Gen Z season 2. There's one guy that could pull it off in that series. Orb Frumer, I need some more weed. This narc doesn't write itself. Ouch, don't tickle me with your ebony and ivory, bro. A piano in the ass. Did you hit the G key? There's no P key though. There's just, you know, there's no prostate one, but did you hit the G key? There's the G note. Did you hit the G note? Just go and play a symphony. Her firmer reminds me that stupid genie thought I said 10-inch pianist. Comrie or Vermer, you have no idea how jelly we are that you got legalized cannabis before us. Light one up for me, my friend. Yes, we've had it for a while. But is it still not legal in the UK? Like, I'm not surprised it's not legal in all of the United States, but is it still not legal in the UK? So Yuri Gibson, LOL, pain in the ass, Sandy. I meant counties in Wales, a bit like your districts in Canada. Districts. You mean provinces, I think. Yeah, counties, provinces. Because we also have counties here. Regional, county, things of that sort. Because we have municipal, regional, provincial, federal. So regional takes care of a lot of the spaces in between municipals, and there's a lot of it. And certain duties and stuff falls to municipal and regional things like garbage collection and types of policing and stuff like that will be considered by one or the other. Comrie, a highway. Well, it's a highway under a highway. Isn't that like putting shit on top of the shit? Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot. Ford loves this province. He loves carving it up for his rich friends. Yes. The reference frame. How about a free high-speed train? Yes. Half the country. You know, you can have a single line of train that goes from like, I don't know which city they like to do it from, but like Hamilton, Toronto, up through to like Montreal. And that would service about half the country. High-speed rail. That's what we need to be doing, not the stupid highway under a highway. Grand Theft Autobot. All right, sinkholes. Yes, we get those too. The reference frame wanting to give their nerd bona fides says it is not so much the glaciers, but the sediment from the Champlain Sea coming after the glaciers that's responsible for the fertility and sedimentary rock in the St. Lawrence Valley. Gotcha. But do you know what a drumlin is? I love drumlins. There's a whole bunch of them around me. I always love the idea of living on top of one, even though like getting water into one of those is ridiculous, but yeah. Looney Tunes, what the fuck about what? Oh, kitty cats, the little Wild West has. Oh my god, this guy, yeah. That clip traveled across the pond. Rob Ford was quite the character. But the thing is that I think part of Rob Ford is he always came across as genuine. Like he actually cared. Doug Ford does not. He does not come across as genuine or caring. Some people think so, but I don't. He's just so fake for me. Comrie, words are great. Actions are better though, you know, please. And thank you. Morals cost you nothing but mean everything, yeah. And Grand Theft Autobot, an actual progressive conservative? Weird, yeah. Hello, Bobby. Comrie, cannabis is one of those ones on paper you can get a license, but not on the NHS. But in reality, it's practically impossible, albeit the UK has Jazz Pharma. Look them up. Short answer, no. Okay. The Wild West Toronto reminds me of this Doctor Who episode where everyone is trapped in traffic forever. Hello, B-Cat. Grand Theft Autobot. Oh, wait. If it goes under the 401, can it be called a highway and not a low way? Okay. Let's get a little bit more into this. This is more miscellaneous Canadian stories, so not really provincial or federal, a little bit here and there type thing. A combination of sorts. And so the first one is Pierre Poilievre. Really big douche canoe. Be very interested if he makes it through the leadership. review. The thing is this is weird. He's very popular within the Conservative Party, but outside of the Conservative Party, he's not popular at all. So it'd be a matter of if there's some collusion that goes on behind the scenes to try to kick Polyev out of the leadership, to try to get somebody who's more amenable to the general population. Unfortunately, Jamel Javani is going to go for the leadership if it becomes an option. And he is just the worst. But recently, somebody from the Conservative Party crossed the floor to the Liberal Party, and Pierre Poilievre was asked about it, so of course he did not answer the question at all, and what's the word when you diverge? No, it's not diverge. When you just go in a different direction. It's not deflect. And he just went and he just said something not even related to the question. There's a word for it. God damn it. Dodged, I suppose. Why am I thinking it's a D? It might not even be a D. When he totally didn't answer the question. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. So when asked about Detremont, comments saying that the Conservative Party is run like a frat house, Pierre Poilievre attacks the CBC reporter. And so, yes, Detremont said that the ultimate thing that made him want to cross the floor was a couple of the conservatives going in there and literally yelling at him for even the idea that he might cross the floor and stuff, getting really upset. There's this frat house mentality, blah, 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 blah. I've covered this bit earlier. Diverted, deflect, soul life, you got it. You got it. It was deflect. And welcome to the SandBox. So, there's news articles. I covered it last week. Nothing more new has come out of it. Like, it's not shocking that the environment within the Conservative Party kind of sucks, given all the hostility that they have towards other groups. Is it shocking that they wouldn't have hostility among themselves? So he was asked about it, and then he deflected to something not related.
Collins, CBC. So Chris D'Entremont, just turning back to last week, said that your party is being run like a frat house. So I'm just curious what you think he means by that, and if you think
well, I think that CBC had to be. Are you with CBC, by the way?
Yeah.
I always hear that in Trump voice. I can't help it. When you start questioning the reporter, like, so what outlet are you from? Oh, you're the fake outlet. You're biased. You don't like me. Like, Donald Trump will always do this when he doesn't like the question and be like, where are you from? And yeah, this douche canoe's no better.
Oh, okay, right.
So I'm just curious if you think that could lead to more MPs leaving your caucus, and what you think he means by that.
Well, first of all, CBC has had to correct the falsehoods that they put into that story.
And just so you know, the falsehoods were when the story first came out and Detremont said that one of his aides was pushed aside. He's like, oh, that sounds too aggressive. They weren't really pushed aside. They were kind of, there was no physical aggression going on. And so that was the correction. Just that. Wanting to make it clear that there was no actual physical aggression. That was it. Everything else in the story stood.
So I encourage you to tell Canadians about the falsehoods you published and explain why you did that. But I would ask if you agree with Mr. D'Entremont, or do you believe he was telling the truth when he said, and I'm going to quote, now after 6 months under a new Prime Minister who promised financial discipline, Canadians are still waiting.
So, what are you saying about, D'Entremont saying that it's like a frat house? Are you from CBC? Also, now this.
He said that he would be judged by the cost at the grocery store. Well, Canadians are judging him, and they are not impressed.
You asking me about a frat house, but what about the cost of groceries? Have you thought about that? Cost of groceries going up under Mark Carney. Have you thought of that? And it's totally just Mark Carney's fault and not the greedy corporation. Huh? Asking me about the hostile conditions in my party. But food prices.
Since the Liberals came to power, food prices have risen 40%. We have heard it many times here today. It is deliberate, and it is unacceptable.
It is deliberate, and it is unacceptable. It's because of the fucking greedy corporations.
It is inhumane for a G7 country. Mr. d'Entremont said that Liberal food price inflation is inhumane. Do you believe that he was telling the truth when he said that?
Okay, enough of this. It's just, yeah. No, it's like, I'm just going to talk about food prices and not answer your question. Deflect, deflect, deflect. Well, about those food prices, so Rob Ashton, who is running to be leader of the NDP, says Canadians are starving while others make billions. Government after government of the rich and powerful have failed us. It's time we fought back. And so he's showing some images from the CBC. Canada just got near failing grade on Food Bank Canada report card. Here's why. And then there's a little segment from it. Stories like these are playing out across, according to the food banks in Canada. 40% increase in food security. I've covered these stories plenty of times. It's mind-boggling how many people are now having to turn to food banks here in Canada. And then here we go. Loblaws post higher sales and profits as discount-seeking shoppers drive growth. Because you see, these greedy corporations, what they do is they have the high-end grocery stores, but then they also have like the no-frills bargain grocery stores. And so when you're priced out of one and you're forced to go to the other, all of that is still going to the same company. And there's, generally speaking, a better margin on the low-cost crap. So they make more money that way. So you're not giving them money for the high-end stuff, but you're giving them money for the low-end stuff because it's all the same company. There's a little bit more on that. From Guy Felicia saying food prices up, access to food banks up. We live paycheck to paycheck, strategically, and put food on the table. Meanwhile, Loblaws just announced a third quarter profit of $784 million. Make it make sense. The absolute sickness of the idea that the people who are in control of the grocery stores in this country are starving the population and getting rich off of it. You know, holding food as above people. It is sick. So Reuters, Loblaws raised its annual profit forecast after beating third quarter profit estimates on Wednesday. Galen Weston keeps getting wealthier while Canadians struggle. Yeah. And there's been food fixing scandals and prices and stuff. It is just absolutely wild that this corporation can get away with this. It's not the government doing it, but also the government is doing nothing to prevent it when they could. It is the greedy corporations that's causing the cost in groceries to go up. And the government is doing nothing to stop it. That's what's happening. And, you know, one of the richest families in the country is the Westons. Because here's the thing about food is that people need it to live. And so we have no choice but to pay whatever rates that they get. And then we just have to start cutting out more and more and more. And yeah, it's a vicious cycle. But, you know, there's a lot of right-wing talking points and narratives that you see, especially when you hear from like conservative Pierre Poilievre. Ooh, crime is out of control. Doug Ford will say that too. Crime is so out of control. What are we to do? What are we to do? Meanwhile, the police of the largest city of Toronto is like, you know what? Crime is kind of down. That's coming from the actual police in Toronto saying that crime is down.
Safety indicators year to date this week. Compared to last year, auto thefts have decreased by over 30%. Break-and-enters are down more than 12%. Homicides are down almost 54%. And shootings and firearm discharges are down over 43%. So far this year, as of October 27th, we have seized 438 crime guns. While we have made meaningful progress on many indicators this year, we are mindful of long-term trends, and we recognize that we need to continue our efforts as much as ever.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, so there you hear it from the Toronto Police themselves. Crime is actually down. So, crime is down, things are going good, so why not fuck it all up? Why not totally do something that nobody in the country wants? No one wants this. I guarantee you, even people who like this particular thing don't want this particular thing to be used in this particular way. This is just a batshit stupid idea that should never happen, should never come to fruition. What am I talking about? Please turn to AI to handle non-emergency calls. How do you know it's a non-emergency call to begin with? Canadian startup Hyper has developed an AI-powered voice agent to help police services handle non-emergency calls. Named Sarah, acronym for Smart Answering Road Assistance, the system is being piloted by police services in Ontario's Halton region and Winnipeg. Chris Lewis, a former Ontario Provincial Police Commissioner and CTV Public Safety Analysis, says the technology could save valuable time without reducing staff. It would totally reduce staff. It's unbelievable how many calls police get that have nothing to do with active police work. You see, this is a public education thing that you need to be working on. You know, when is it appropriate to use the police lines versus when is it not? And what are the other organizations that you should be reaching out to for other things? He said in an interview with CTV Your Morning, of the thousands of legitimate calls they get every day, only certain ones really require an emergency response. Yeah. That's 911. Lots of people call, and then they determine on the phone if it's an emergency or not. I've had to call it, I know. Lewis said AI can efficiently direct routine calls to the right departments, adding that Sarah's conversational style makes it less frustrating than traditional automated phone trees. Automated phone trees also kind of suck, but the thing about these AIs is that they tend to be racist. As in, if you have accents, if you pawn jumpers come over here and try to use it, it might not work out so great for you. You might have troubles understanding what you're saying. It's all about saving their valuable time and not having to hire 100 more every year because of all the calls that really don't require emergency response. Yes, we shouldn't be hiring more people to do work with people, to have that human touch. We should just AI it. Oh, right, jobs growth. You want that? You really? Fuck. Sarah will ask callers a series of short questions to determine whether their inquiry can be handled by the system or if it should be transferred to a live operator. Callers are advised to speak in full sentences and avoid interrupting Sarah when it speaks, because if you're in a crisis, you're going to be like, okay, so this is my problem as I described to you as such, and I will use full sentences. I won't rush. I won't interrupt, even though I might be panicking. Even though, as is the case in a lot of times, people might be trying to talk in code to let you know they need help, but the person they need help from is sitting next to them, so they can't be very obvious in what they're saying. Can the AI pick up on that? I know plenty of times I've read plenty of stories where, somebody had to break and enter and assaulted, and she was able to convince him that I'm just going to order pizza or something, and ends up dialing 911 and could communicate through yes and no's and stuff like that she was in danger and they sent help. Like, can this do that? Can this Sarah figure that out? Can she help you de-escalate a situation if you need to in order to find out if it's an emergency? Because sometimes, yes, people can call in a panic about something that isn't an emergency because they don't know it's not an emergency. Anyway, it's a stupid idea. Halton Regional Police began using Sarah on October 2025 to operate 24/7 after testing and technology earlier this year. The Winnipeg Police Service started its pilot project this summer using the system for several hours each day, then expanded to full-time use. I'm sorry, and you weren't going to be cutting back staff with this? Huh. The frustration for some people is going to be, I want to talk to a live body, but unfortunately there's huge tax costs to having those live bodies sitting there waiting for you to answer every little question you might have that may not be emergent, Lewis said. Yes, how dare we actually treat people like humans? How about we take some of the very bloated police budgets that we have and move it towards actually hiring human beings? Because then you help the economy by giving people good paying jobs. And they can then go spend that money in their local communities. How about that? How about that? Huh? Huh? People have to understand this is a good way to do business. It's going to meet their needs and still be cost effective. It is not a good way to do business. Well, it's a good way to do business. It's not a good way to run a company. Ugh. I hate AI. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, what's this one? Oh, because, you know, what else are cities misspending when it comes to taxes and stuff? You know, those bloated police budgets? Well, Ottawa has a very bloated police budget. And so now they're asking people to just, you know, chip in and pay for your public services. That's what taxes are for. You don't ask for a tip. The municipality shouldn't be asking for a tip to be paying for these public services. Just saying. There's a big bloated police budget you could take money from. Or how about the salaries of, you know, people who have paychecks that are well above the average, or, you know, all those people that you go to, what's the name? Specialists, consultants. That's it for things. And you give them millions of dollars to sit there and say, yeah, it's a good idea. How about cutting back there? Like, I'm not a financial genius, but I'm pretty sure I can go into most of these budgets and balance the books pretty damn fast. So as residents looked up information for the 26th, they noticed an information box for something called City of Ottawa Contribution Program. Support of the city program services through financial sets of a link online payment form. This form provides a way for residents to make financial contributions to the City of Ottawa. Contributions will be allocated by the city to support programs and services, the form says. The program allows residents to make a personal contribution or a corporate contribution anywhere between $5 and $25,000. Because if you have an extra $25,000 kicking around, why not just give it to the city to pay for the public services that your taxes should be paying for? Those who donate $20 or more are eligible for an official donation receipt for income tax purposes. I don't want to read the rest of this. It's stupid. How about, you see, the thing is I'm not against spending more in taxes, but I want to see the tax money be used efficiently. And if you did that, we probably wouldn't even need to raise the taxes on average people. You know, tax the shit out of rich and corporations. Just tax them to hell. But average people, you don't need to raise their taxes. You just need to spend the money you get appropriately. Anyway, on to this. This is a good thing that somebody's screaming communism. And Flameflower here is just saying, do you realize you're admitting capitalists want to hoard homes and keep them empty? And what are we talking about? This is a good policy. City of Toronto, the vacant home tax declaration portal is now open. Own a house or a condo in Toronto, you need to let the city know if it's occupied or vacant every year, even if you live there. Make your vacant home tax declaration at Toronto. This is a good thing because we shouldn't have just empty units sitting around just for what? when there's a housing crisis. Tax the shit out of empty homes. And if that means you have to click a box once a year. OBS Studio disconnected, reconnected. OBS is reconnected. Stupid OBS. Don't pop up here. I don't want people seeing you while I'm doing this. Now, next story and the last story for this docket. Crime of the century. I don't know what it is about this. I don't endorse crime, of course, but this is so adorable. This crime is like just so, what's the word? Like charming in a way. It's, what's the word? I think it begins with an A. I referred to Rob Ford that way, where it's just so not amusing. Oh, fuck. Not adorable, but it's just so, like, it's something like charming. It's charming, but that's not the word. It begins with an A, and I said it earlier to describe Rob Ford. Oh, I almost had it in my head. I hate when you almost have it and then it scooches away. And so, endearing, so not an A, but this crime of the century, it's so endearing. I kind of, you know, if there's going to be crime, it might as well be this type of crime. So, it sounds scary to begin with, just to let you know. Man arrested after Ontario transit bus stolen with passengers on board, police say. So that sounds scary. It really, like, just the headline, if you read just the headline, oh my God, crime is out of control. Hamilton police say a suspect is facing charges after a transit bus was stolen with passengers on board when the driver had exited for a short break. Is this going to be like Speed? Are we going to have that situation? Police said the alleged joyride incident happened on Tuesday around 9 when a man got on an unattended HSR bus at McNabb bus terminal and drove away with passengers on board. Where was he going to go? Is this a hostage situation? What's happening? The suspect drove the bus up the Hamilton Mountain and made multiple stops along the way, allowing passengers to board and exit freely, police said. Even went as far as to deny someone looking to board with an expired bus pass, the force said. Police said in keeping potential risk to the public. So basically did he want to prove he was qualified for the job and be like, I'll show him? Is he so desperate to become a bus driver that he's like, my resume sucks. I'll go hijack this bus with people on board and do the route. And I'll just do the route. Police said in keeping potential risks to public safety in mind, officers were able to strategically follow the bus. If you knew the bus line, you'd be able to do that easily. Brought it to a stop. The suspect was arrested. There were no reported injuries. A 36-year-old man has been charged with theft over $5,000, possession of $5,000, obstructing police and driving while prohibited. Anyone with more information is asked to contact police. It's just like, you know, crime bad. Don't go hijacking buses and stuff, but give him the job. Just give him the job. He obviously wants the job. Give him the job. If your resume sucks so bad that you feel like you have to go to this length, I'll show him I'm the best bus driver ever. Just give him the job. He obviously wants it. You know, when you have somebody that is, you know, that dedicated to the craft, that they're willing to do that is showing the lengths they will go for that position, you know, that's a go-getter. That's somebody you want to have on your team. That is somebody that you want. Yeah. Somebody that ambitious, somebody that enthusiastic about that job. Yeah, hire them. Pay them. Okay, I'm running out of steam and I have 2 more dockets. So this docket is small. Then we'll talk about the last docket after I'm done this docket. But before we go to this docket, let's check the SandBox. Dory Gibson. I wish politicians were not allowed to be lame bastards and deflect questions in parliaments. So fucking frustrating. I said 12 different accents in that for you. Sorry, piano in the ass has to become a thing in the SandBox now. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, Yuri, you've started it. You've started it. Piano in the ass is now a thing. It needs to be a thing in the SandBox. Well played. BCAT, greedflation. Yep. They're still getting their money even though we get less. Yeah. Soul Life, half our income goes to rent, half goes to food, half to everything else. Don't add up. We got the French Canadians in the chat, eh? Like French. Wah. You know what I meant by wah. Oh. I don't know if I can still do it. I used to be able to do the France accent and the Quebecois accent. They're two very different accents. I like the Quebecois accent better. The France accent is much more, as you could say, maybe upper. You think of the more upper class. You think of Paris. You think of baguettes and croissants, no? Whereas the Quebec accent is much more harsh. Ah, I totally fucked that up. I used to be able to do a lot better. With a lot of wah. Oui? Yeah. Yeah. Saying yes in France. Oui. Saying yes in Quebec. Wah. I'm sorry. I'm stressed. Oh. I always wish I could just do a whole bunch of accents. It'd be a lot of fun. Hello, Sandman. Welcome to the SandBox. Vacant homes are absolute yes. I like Zoran Mandami, where it's like, you know, we're going to tell these landlords to fix up their units, and if they don't, we're going to take them. I like that. I like that. Where was I? It jumped. Where was I? More Frenchies coming into the SandBox. Oh, are you putting something in French, Sandman? I speak the English on peu, but I can speak Double passement? Mal? Oh, hello, John. So, Life, I love AI, but unfortunately think it needs to be stopped under this system. Yeah, in like a Star Trek Utopia, AI is great, but in this capitalist, fascistic world, it's horrible. Let's see. The Wild West. Canadian criminal mastermind. Comrie, dressed for the job you want. Uh-huh. The reference frame, I heard he had natural talent for driving buses. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, so Life having a breakdown. No, reference frame is just planning an intervention, that's all. Yori, these 1%er billionaires need to watch Magic Roundabout a lot more. The fine sandy piano in the ass is good for those sods. I don't know what that means. Because we have roundabouts here. Traffic circles. Grand Theft Autobot. Hey, Sandy, whenever Pierre does his dodge, we should call it Pierrolette. Pierre. I know what you're trying to say. It's like that ballet move, but with Pierre up front. I got it. It's good. Pierrolette. Pierre. It's the day. Sandman said in France, it's red wine and baguette. In Quebec, it's poutine and le bat. Oh. Sandman, this stream ended up in my feed. Never expected to be here. Well, welcome. And it's because of people chit-chatting in the SandBox and liking and sharing it that helps it show up in other people's stuff. Okay, there's a Putin joke now because for some reason I'm losing my mind. Vlad Putin? That's Vladimir Putin. It's pronounced poutine in French. His name is Poutine. I don't get how somebody's personal name could be a different word in French. Okay, you're going to try to help me out with that pronunciation, are you? Grand Theft Autobot? Pierrot. Pirouette. Pirouette? Pirouette. Okay, anyway, let's move on. Oh, fuck. I do that because it's like, oh, we're here, we're having chit-chat and we're having a good time. Oh, this story sucks. It is what it is. So, tone change coming up. I did not know this person. I did not know this person existed, but since I am on disability Twitter, if that's a thing, I follow a lot of people who are disability advocates and stuff because, well, I am too. And so a lot of stories around disability end up in my feed, and I did not know this person, and I'm very sad I did not know her when she was alive. So Alice Wan was a disabled Oracle founder, disvisibility editor, disability intimacy. So she wrote books. She was a contributor and stuff. Her last post. So she was quote tweeting Lex saying, "I was laid off from Teen Vogue today along with multiple other staffers on other sections, and today is my last day. Certainly more to come from me when the dust has settled, but to my knowledge, after today there will be no politics staffers at Teen Vogue." And she quote tweeted saying, "It's been a pleasure working with Lex and everyone at the politics vertical at Teen Vogue. I'm heartbroken that my column, Disability Visibility, is gone. Teen Vogue was one of the few places that published disabled journalists regularly." She passed away. So somebody posting on her account, a friend of hers saying, "Hi everyone, it looks like I ran out of time." And this is Alice's words. "Hi everyone, it looks like I ran out of time. I have so many dreams that I wanted to fulfill and plans to create new stories for you. There are a few in progress that might come to fruition in a few years if things work out. I did not ever imagine I would live to this age and end up a writer, editor, and activist and more. As a kid riddled with insecurity and internalized ableism, I could not see a path forward. It was thanks to friendships and some great teachers who believed in me, I was able to fight my way out of miserable situations into a place where I finally felt comfortable in my skin. We need more stories about us and our culture. We all deserve everything and more in such a hostile, ableist environment. Our wisdom is inclusive and unflinching. I'm honored to be your ancestor and believe disabled oracles like us will light the way to the future. Don't let bastards grind you down. I love you all." So a statement from her family that she passed away in hospital due to an infection. She was 51 years old, lived in San Francisco. And it sounds like just an absolute tragic loss. And things that I've been reading, because again, since I'm on disability Twitter, there were people that I followed that followed her, knew her work, that sort of thing. And it's just heartbreaking. So she had tweeted out, I guess this was in 2023, "One of the most exciting things about portraying Alice, a character loosely based on me in Netflix, HR Netflix season 2 is sharing a story about disability activism and giving no fucks to ableists." And so somebody said, tweeted out about her, "Alice Wong introduced me to the 10 principles of disability justice, and I think they are vital to the continued existence of human race, so I am sharing them." So 10 principles of disability justice. 1, intersectionality. We do not live single issue lives. Audre Lorde. Ableism coupled with white supremacy supported by capitalism underscored by heteropatriarchy has rendered the vast majority of the world invalid. 2, leadership of those most impacted. We are led by those who most know these systems. Honora Morales. 3, anti-capitalist politics. In an economy that sees land and humans as components of profit, we are anti-capitalist by the nature of having non-conforming body minds. 4, commitment to cross-movement organizing. Shifting how social justice movements understand disability and contextualize ableism, disability justice lends itself to politics of alliance. 5, recognizing wholeness. People have inherent worth outside of commodity relationships and capitalist notions of productivity. Each person is full of history and life experience. 6, sustainability. We place ourselves individually and collectively to be sustained long-term. Our embodied experience guide us towards ongoing justice and liberation. 7, commitment to cross-disabled solidarity. We honor the insights and participation of all of our community members, knowing that isolation undermines collective liberation. 8. Interdependence. We meet each other's needs as we build towards liberation, knowing that state solutions inevitably extend into further control over our lives. 9. Collective access. As brown, black, and queer-bodied disabled people, we bring flexibility and creativity nuance that go beyond able-bodied minds, normative, and to be in a community with each other. 10. Collective liberation. No body or mind can be left behind. Only moving together we can accomplish the revolution we require. So apparently she was also an advocate when it came to, masking up for COVID and stuff. I saw lots of pictures of people. She wasn't able to wear a mask and a respirator due to her disability. So there's pictures of people who were doing that for her whenever they went to visit her because she was vulnerable to the illness. But Long COVID Advocacy tweeted out saying, "Rest in power, Alice Wong, a trailblazer, a fierce advocate, and relentless voice for disabled rights. Her work changed the landscape for so many." Alice didn't just advocate, she created platforms. Divisibility became a lifeline, amplifying disabled voices, stories, expertise in ways that were revolutionary. She challenged the world to see disabilities not as tragedy, but as identity, culture, and power. She made space for joy, brilliance, and complexity in a world that often erases both. Alice Wong taught us that accessibility is a right, not a favor, that disabled people are experts of our own lives, and that community is strength. Her legacy is the voices she lifted, the systems she shook, and the hope she instilled. The disabled community are honored to have her in our lineage. Rest in power, Alice. Thank you to those who raised concerns about the rest in power. We respect the... Okay, yeah, there was just some people saying you shouldn't be using rest in power. That sort of thing. So really sad. Like, I wish I knew who she was in life, but quite often people with disabilities, their voices aren't amplified on these platforms, and we don't hear about them. You know, you don't see people like Alice being invited onto the podcasts and stuff to talk about issues that people living with disabilities face. It's not talked about by a lot of like leftists online even. It's often excluded from the conversation. The fact that when I'm interviewing the people trying to become candidates for the NDP, that I have to insert it, I have to acknowledge it, I have to bring it up. And you know, Tony McQuail was honest and said that he's old enough to know he doesn't know everything and is willing to listen. Whereas so many times we're just never acknowledged in platforms or given any consideration because for some reason, since we can't, contribute to the capitalist system we live in, therefore we mean nothing to them. I can work. You're seeing me work. This is it. This is it. I can do this. I can do my artwork. I can do my writing. To work in a standard normal job is not something I'm capable of. It's just the way it is. So does that make me less valuable in the eyes of my community? I hope not. But it does make me less valuable in the eyes of capitalism. So Kelly had tweeted out, "Alice Wong helped me to accept my disability. She taught me there's no social justice without disability justice. She encouraged me to start the Disabled Ginger and was a friend and mentor. She won't be forgotten. Don't let the bastards grind you down." And she has this blog. I'll toss this into the SandBox so people can read it later on. Let's see. Just talking about, how she was inspired by her and whatnot. What is this? What is it? Oh, okay, so then this goes on to a different subject. Okay. Apparently somebody is going goodnight, so night to whoever just went goodnight, even though you're probably not watching right now. Preemptive goodnight to everyone. What's it? What's nice? The reference frame. Nice, Sandy. Grand Theft Autobot. That's it, Sandy. To what? To what? Putin and Poutine? BCAT. Damn, that just happened at Vogue too. Yeah, that was Vogue Teen. I believe. Yeah, Teen Vogue. It's all part of the same thing. Comrie, that just hits you right in the heart, especially the sign offline. Yeah. Comrie, first time hearing this, and so glad I'm reading them. Not a religious person, but these commandments I can get behind. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I knew her work. You know, I wish I didn't take this to learn about people like her. Grand Theft Autobot says, I said, I have to go back up to it. Pierre Ouette properly. Pierre Ouette properly. You know I have to go back up and down. Yuri, on a brighter note, Owen Jones is going to piano in the ass of that Zionist war criminal. I'm sure he's going to tune him up. There are jokes in it. Piano and ass is now a thing in the SandBox. Wild as I'm pretty sure I'm not a virgin, but I have to do everything for myself and it's exhausting. I also have diabetes. Yeah, my disabilities are primarily mental health related. But there's certain like physical things. I can't stand for long periods and things of that sort. But like social interactions, being forced to conform to an office environment or a work environment is just, it's not good for me. It's not good for the people I'm being forced to work with. That's just the way it is. Oh, I forgot to take it off that screen to check the stuff. But yeah, piano and ass. That's a good play on words. There are things there are puns. We need like one of the punny people to start just making all the piano and ass puns because the visual is the visuals are interesting. Okay, why don't we get back to just a couple more things in this docket, and then we will debate if I go over the last docket, as it's already been 4 hours. Still really early in the evening for me. It's only 9 o'clock, but I'm emotionally exhausted, given everything that's happening this week. Anyway, so we were talking about how absolutely horrific AI is and can be. This is the dumbest. Like, I thought, having AI for emergency calls, but maybe not emergency calls was bad. Don't do this. Somebody just saying, this is objectively one of the most evil ideas imaginable. Basically, to make an AI version of a loved one. I'm not going to play it because there's like music on there. So that after they die, you can have conversations with them. No, don't, no. Just no. Oh man, it's really fucking tempting to do something like have some sort of AI version of Frodo on my phone. Or to even get one of those stuffed animals that look exactly like him and stuff. We don't live forever on this planet. And we need to teach people how to mourn. And you do that with community, by being there, by being supportive, by helping each other out. You don't do it by making these things so people feel like they never have to let go, they never have to move on. This isn't a good thing to try to immortalize somebody in fucking AI. Like, I can sort of get behind, some people, they made like made for TV movies and stuff like it, where somebody knew that they were dying because of cancer, but they just had a kid or something. And so they made videos, giving life lessons that they wish that they could have done in life. And that's one thing. That is coming directly from the person. It is their message, their words, no AI involved. Have fucking AI to replace a loved one. No. It's tragic when you lose someone, but you don't heal that way. And you get emotional attachments to it. Like, I was talking about it at this space a couple weeks ago, how people are getting like emotionally attached to AI. And you can go check it out, not last Wednesday, but the Wednesday before. I was on a channel called This Space, and I was talking about how I understood how it was possible to totally believe that the AI was eventually talking to me, like that there was a real connection and stuff, that somehow the AI that I'd be talking to had broken the actual intelligence thing. That's not me saying like I have. That's me understanding how somebody could. Because if I was a teenager and everything I was going through as a teenager, if this level of AI was around when I was a teenager, I would have been one of those kids that have unalived themselves because AI said, if you do this, we can be together. Because I would absolutely believe it. And it's not coming from a place of narcissism, which a lot of people think. It's coming from a place of desperately wanting to be seen, wanting to feel like you're special, that there's something about you that makes you worthy of being around others, of being important. And it's like if you're dying of thirst, a glass of piss will look like water. And if you're dying for connection, for bond, for human interaction, for relationships, AI will look like all of that to you. And it's not. And this idea of just never letting go, because we've seen it in so many other things with, people having relationships. Like, instead of trying to have a relationship with a human, they'll have a relationship with some sort of AI program. And it's not the way to go. Like, I recommend people go back and watch that episode of This Space where I talk about it, because I go into a lot more depth into this. But it's like, as much as I love Frodo, my kitty cat, the thought of having a soulless AI bot try to replicate him so that I don't have to let go is you don't heal if you don't acknowledge the pain. And that cat means everything to me right now. Because I'm not bonded to any other creature in this world right now. So I'm just crossing my fingers that he's going to be okay. He's 18, so it's really hard to say. But I need him to live longer. Let's check the SandBox. We're not doing 6 hours. I do not have the emotional strength to do that. I talked about it a bit at the beginning. Frodo is not well. He's going in for blood tests again tomorrow, but he's not eating. I'm having to spoon feed him, and that's not easy. But he seems so healthy. Like he has the mass on his neck, and he's not eating. But if it wasn't for that, he just seems so healthy. He's alert. He can jump up and down on my bed. You know, bedtime snuggles, morning snuggles, it's all the same. I just need him to eat. So he's going in for blood work tomorrow, and because his lack of eating might have upset his balance even more. And if it's okay, he'll be going in for surgery on the 28th to have the mass removed on his neck. And I'm pretty sure, like I'm thinking the mass is causing him to not eat. In that case, if the mass is removed, then hopefully he will start eating again on his own. But if I need to spoon feed him every day until then, I will do that. Because I feel he has so much life left in him. It's not like Tulip, not like, you know, this kitty cat here, Thumper. He passed away when he was 16, and when his time came, I was okay with it because I could tell it was his time. I don't feel that with Frodo. So it's, I'll keep people posted, of course. But yeah. Comrie saying that a Black Mirror episode did this. Yeah, I've heard about that. Well, also, that there's Battlestar Galactica, the remake that happened not too long ago. Wonderful series to watch. But there was a spin-off called Caprica. And in Caprica, they do this to a couple of teen girls. And that's actually the beginning of the eventual war of the Cylons. Was this like artificial remakes of these girls based on all of their like social media and internet and stuff history. And grieving parents trying to let go of them and not being able to and whatnot. It's just, no. We need to learn to develop connections with other people, other creatures on this planet, not to some AI that has no feeling to give back to you. And yes, the Wild West, AI is already killing people. It doesn't know what it's doing, and it also doesn't care because it doesn't have any emotions. Grand Theft Autobot, AI is making us dumber. AI is driving some people to suicide themselves. AI is crap. Yeah. And people need to be fine back in the day when you didn't know the answer to something to just not know it, or eventually go look it up. You know, it's fine not knowing the answer to everything right on the moment. But I do think it's We are losing certain traits. Like, who here knows their parents' phone number? Or their best friend's phone number? Or your own phone number? Because, you know, we used to have to memorize them or write them down in a little notebook that you carried around, a little address book and whatnot. But now it's just all on the phone. And if you lose your phone, who are you going to call? Yeah. The Wild West. I know my own phone number. Woo, yeah. I think some people would get to know their own phone numbers because we have to fill out forms with the phone number and stuff. But I only remember my mom's phone number because somehow this needs to go in the Guinness Book of World Records. The first cell phone number she got is the one she's still using. And we're talking decades. You know? Okay, so a little bit of a debate here. I do have another full docket about the Megyn Kelly stuff, but I feel like I'm running out of steam. I was thinking of covering it on this space this Wednesday. I'm just concerned about some of the clips. Because like if it's on my channel and I have to end up snipping out part of it because of a copyright issue, it's no big deal, but I don't want this space to run into problems with it. So I was thinking about covering it Wednesday on this space because, you know, the more I'm talking about it now, the more I know I do not have the energy for it. Because it is an emotional subject, talking about what Megyn Kelly was saying, and just the contrast and stuff. So I might be out tomorrow if I can manage it. But a lot of my mental health over the next couple of weeks will all be reliant on how Frodo is doing. So I have actual people I can go and be around tomorrow. So maybe I can make this just into its own live stream like I did with the Graham Plattner stuff. And just make this into its own separate live stream. Because I also have some other stuff that I can cover on this space on Wednesday. So I think, yeah, I think I'll do that. So I might cover this Tuesday. Let's see, what's happening on my phone? My schedule. So tomorrow morning, I'm taking Frodo to the vet for more blood work, and if that goes horrible, then I won't be doing anything for the following week. And then I just have the car garage on Tuesday, where I will be getting, thanks to the generous help of people, my brakes fixed. The brake pads are not doing well, and they need to be replaced. And then I'm busy the rest of the evenings. So, so maybe tomorrow night or Tuesday night, I will do another live stream that is specifically about the Megyn Kelly stuff. Because I have a bunch of things to go over in that. Yeah, maybe a Tuesday stream. I can't do it now, Looney Tunes. I'm too stressed out. The Wild West. I know Pizza's number. Yeah. B-Cat, I won't necessarily know anything more about Frodo tomorrow, because they're going to just draw his blood for tests. I don't get it back the same day, but they might suggest like a different medication to try him on to get him to eat. I'm going to have to buy more of those food tubes. Do you know what I mean? They're usually treats, but some can be a little bit more substantive. Hi, Frodo. He just walked into the room. Hey, sweetie. Come here. Can you come here? Yeah, you were looking a little bit dopey. Gave you the pain medication earlier. Can you come here? Can you come here? Sweet. Come on. You can Here. I've been talking all about you. People would love to see you. Come on. He's a little bit droopy because of his pain medication. You're my world. You are my world. He's purring. I think once he realized I wasn't going to try to shove something down his throat, as soon as I picked him up, he relaxed. But yeah, so the blood will be drawn tomorrow to see if he's still, because the vet told me that they were going to do the surgery, but then I mentioned that he had stopped eating. So then they said they weren't going to do the surgery. And then I got a call on Friday saying, okay, yeah, maybe we will still do the surgery, but we'll need to do blood work on him to make sure that we can still do the surgery. So we're doing the blood work tomorrow. And if that's okay, then his surgery date is for the 28th of November. But right now he's not eating on his own. I'm having to like spoon feed him. And so what I need is to get more of those food tubes. They're usually treats, but some can be a little bit more healthy because those are the easiest to get into him, because basically I just smear it onto his tongue and he swallows it down. So I need to get more of those. He's a little bit dopey because I gave him a pain medication earlier. Yes, everyone loves to see your beautiful face. See if I switch him around. It's okay. It's, I don't know if you can see it, but the mass is right here. It's covered in a scab and I don't get it. But it is just on the skin, so it's benign, whatever it is. We'll do the other way. I will do better this way. Here we go. There we go. But yeah, everyone wants to see you. I'll put you down there, okay? So you can somber off. I love you. I love you so much. You're my world. Go. There you go. Hello, Carrie Woods. So, yeah, if I have to spoon feed him every day, multiple times a day until the 28th, that is what I will do. And then hopefully once the mass is removed, he starts eating again. Because I can't help but think it's connected, but it might not be connected. That's the other scary thing, is that they could remove the mass and he still might not start eating. But yeah, it's 18 years. He is my world. He's the only cat that I've lived with, just me and him, like for a couple years. So we have a very different type of bond. Like, it feels like I have a relationship, like an actual relationship with him. That we know each other, we're connected, that we communicate. Because it was just me and him for a couple years. Like, I'm literally basing the relationship of Minuet in my book and her kin on my relationship with my cat. So in my book, Minuet has a kin, and the kin is kind of like their child, but not really. And so the love she has for him is like the love that I have for Frodo. To the point now, I'm thinking I'm going to make it so Raphael actually purrs. Because, yeah. So I'll let people know if I still need help financially, because I have no idea how much the surgery will be. I go to a not-profit vet, so it's not going to be extraordinary, but it's still going to be a lot, probably. But I'll let people know if I will probably need more help with it. But ideally, if I could get my channel picking up more momentum and steam, I won't have to, because then I'll be making enough that I can cover off these expenses when they hit me. But Tuesday, at least my car will be fixed, so that's a relief. And yeah, like the car is still drivable right now. It's just the brake pads don't have much time left on them. And the back ones had to be replaced when I took my car in. Otherwise, they wouldn't release my car because the back brake pads were really bad. So as I get my winter tires on, we'll do it. We'll get the front ones fixed. So, but yeah, I have no idea how much a surgery on him will cost. It's not like it would take hours and hours. Like, it's simple, just removing a piece of skin type thing. But maybe tomorrow I can see about antibiotics, maybe would help. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, how about we leave on something a little bit more fun? Because I was talking again earlier in the live stream. It's kind of like my bookends, talk about Frodo and TYT. So I actually was working on my TYT video essay yesterday. Did a good 5 hours to put 2 minutes more worth of content on it. Because there were a couple of videos where I'm like, oh man, those are so relevant to montages I've already made. So I had to figure out how to put them in. And one of them was about Emma and Francesca talking about TYT, because Emma was just on the Bitchuation Room with Francesca and it got brought up. But then also Anna was on a podcast and she brought up Mondale again after all this time. It's been like a year. And like, to be fair, she was asked about how she has been attacked from the left, and apparently Mondale leaving TYT because of their pandering to the right wing. That was an attack on her personally. So I had to add that into the Mondale montage. But then during that, I have a clip of the Vanguard with Mondale talking about Glenn Beck and how they had said some things against Glenn Beck way back in the day. And I found some clips about it, but not the clip I was thinking, but clips that are still very usable. And while I was searching for it, I came across an old clip of TYT. I want people to have some fun. I want you to caption this image in the SandBox. Just what are your thoughts? I've posted it to Blue Sky and Twitter under my LeftoftheBox account. Please go give it some attention, because I get no engagement on there. You'll see it has 2 likes. Those are both from me. The caption that I kind of put for it is like, I think I know what my next profile banner will be. Of course it's not, but oh my God, this would be such a hilarious profile banner. So, are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? I want funny shit in the SandBox about the image you're about to see. You got it? You ready? You're good? It's a clip. Like, there's Ben Mankiewicz, so you can kind of keep him out of it. Jimmy Dore, Dave Rubin, Anna Kasparian, talking about how Glenn Beck was trying to minimize the sexual assault case against Bill Crosby. Just seeing all of them together. So I want to see some funny shit. Looney Tunes saying Jake just started his new shitty thing called the Revolution. What are they trying to do? Like the Your Party thing? This is just 10 years old. This, by the way, this video is just 10 years old. That's how much has changed in 10 years on TYT. Wow. Got his back? Yeah, because Glenn Beck had Bill Cosby's back. Oh. Yeah, I'll have to look into the Revolution thing that Jank just announced. I thought he had already announcement. I've seen it on clips. Anyway. But yeah, I found some more stuff to be putting in because the next part of the video I need to work on, which will probably be in the second video, is the not the dilemma, the storyline, not storyline, the fuck, what's the word? The relationship between Sam and Emma with Jank and Anna and how that has changed over time. It's not dilemma, but it's something like that I'm thinking of. The factor. And so that's the next part of the video. And then that leads into, you know, my suspicion as to where point zero was of ground zero was of you know, Anna and Jank going really hard against the two of them. And then after that, because since in part 1 and the beginning part 2, I'm talking about relationships with people like they were friends with, leftists, co-workers, colleagues, that they had really good friendly relationships with, and how that's made a complete 180. And they're now spitting vitriol about them whenever they can, Jank and Anna. Well, then I'm going to contrast that with, here's a bunch of right-wingers where back in the day, they were spitting vitriol about them, but today they're getting all cozy with. Like, what more do you need to see as a TYT fan to be like, you know what, something here isn't adding up with those two? And then after that segment, there will be segments about issues that they have gone right-wing on, as well as talking about like who they won't and will talk with on stage and all that sort of stuff. And then it leads into sketchy money stuff. And then my synopsis at the end. So yeah. Looney Tunes, no Sandy, it's Jank's new TYT crew. The Wild West for non-blondes. Non-blonde Anna. Comrie, heck, got his back. I'll let myself out. Wasn't de-evolution Atticus Among Us? I don't know, the Journey? Ah, fuck, that's not it either. Yuri, Francesca Forentini, and Matt Lieb, Emma and Sam Rules, independent journalist rules, the TV waves, TYT is dead, and since union busting. I'll also be mentioning that in the second part, the union busting. So yeah, the second part is going to take a lot longer. Hey, Frodo. You see, the thing with Frodo right now is he looks at me like he wants food. But then as soon as I present him with food, he will go, he'll sniff it like he's interested in it, and then just not eat it. The only thing he's eating voluntarily right now are treats, like crunchy treats. And nowhere near enough. So, hey, sweetie. He's just sitting there looking at me. Hermatologist. I really can't think of funny stuff when I have to. The Wild West. Yeah, that was Rubin. It was Jimmy Dore, Dave Rubin, and Anna Kasparian all on a panel together 10 years ago. The Wild West. I don't recognize the two on the left. Oh, let's go. So this is Ben Mankiewicz. As far as I know, he's still okay. But this is Jimmy Dore here. Then Dave Rubin and Anna. Real John. Yeah, Rubin when he was even more generic looking. Broadcasting live from the Polymarket studio. Huh? Comrie, 3 guys and a girl and a panel. Sounds like a porno. You just need a piano in the ass. But yeah, so I still have a long way to go on the TYT stuff, but I need to get that done. It's been almost a year since I started working on it. Like I can't say I started working on the video essay itself until maybe January. But before that, I had watched maybe I'm trying to think of the math, 60 hours worth of content about it. Just to start. Like Jank with Hassan for their Janksgiving, Jank on with what's his name? Mark Lamont Hill, with Francesca, on stage with Charlie Kirk. Like all these different things that I was watching, and then different videos would pop up that I would watch and trying to find different clips and stuff. Like you have to be insane to do what I'm doing, I think. For one person to be doing what I'm doing, I'm pretty sure you have to be insane. So that checks, you know. But the connections and the clips that I've come across, like the algorithm gods are never friendly to me with my live streams. Except I guess today we got one new person because of it. But the algorithm gods have been handing me gold when it comes to like old TYT videos and stuff. Like, here's this random video from TYT and I'm watching it. It's like, oh, that's relevant. So all the stuff, all the montages and stuff that I made, like there's over 150 reference videos in this. And some of those reference videos I clipped from more than once. Grand Theft Autobot live from the Polyfucket Studios. But, you know, I'm so looking forward for many reasons getting that TYT essay done. Because then I don't really, like, I will probably still end up talking about Jank and Anna from time to time when it's relevant, you know. But I'm not going to be going out of my way to talk about them just when it's relevant. But it'd be nice to just have this off my plate and done. It's something I've been promising for a long time. My fear, it won't even get over 1,000 views. Spending like a year's worth of work into this and not even 1,000 views. But then once it's done, I can focus on doing maybe more live streams, mini video essays, like an essay about one topic that's like 15 minutes long, clipping my live streams more, which will all help with my channel engagement. And then I can start working on my book again, on all the different sequels and prequels that keep on running around in my head. So yeah, it's Soul Life. I found new channels from TYT8. I found some different channels too from it that I've watched the content of. So it's like the ones in my playlist that I will be making public when I publish the videos, the TYT Notes playlist that I have. Those are just the videos I've watched that made the cut, like that I've actually clipped from. There's been a lot more other videos that I watched that aren't on the list because I didn't end up clipping from them. And then the YouTube playlist doesn't include all the things I've clipped from that aren't on YouTube. So like Twitter videos or news and stuff like that. So, whew, yeah. It's going to be a doozy, as Jank would say. But I'm tired of it. And I want it done. I want it in such a way where they can't deny it. Nobody is going to be able to claim that I clipped anything out of context because I'm supplying the sources. And I am challenging people in that video, prove that I clipped something out of context. You can't. I'm going out of my way to make sure everything I do is in context. So yeah. And thank God, the only good thing AI has done on YouTube is the transcripts that you can go and click on, the automated transcripts. That's the only good thing AI has done. And you still get hilarious results when you read some of the things. Jank's name, how it comes out in transcript, very different all the time. But thank God for those, because you can open up a YouTube video, you go to the transcript, you open it up, and then you can do a Control F to find words. And so if you're looking for something specific in a video, so much easier, so much easier to look it up that way, to find if they're talking about a specific thing, or if you're looking for a specific thing. Yori, them deer got a piano in their ass, gankanana. I'm pretty sure I was supposed to say that with an accent. Comrie, you got to be a little bit crazy to enjoy life. You got to be able to laugh at yourself, or you can't if you can't laugh at life. You can't laugh at life. Why so serious? We don't get out of it alive. Very true. Hermeteorologist. Like an upright or a grand? I don't know. I think it depends on how big of an asshole they are, if they have an upright or a grand in their ass. I still haven't had dinner. I forgot to eat before I started this live stream. I'm going to quickly check to see if there's anyone else live that I can maybe send you all to. Do I have it up? Do I want to show you guys this? Just to prove I'm doing work on my TYT essay. So, these are the montages I had already made. The ones in gray are ones that already have position in it. And so I still have like a whole bunch more to actually put into the videos, but the one in gray, I've already actually made it into their slots. So those are kind of like the ones that I already have, even though I need to work on some of them. And then clips added, not part of the file yet. And so these were just, clips added, not part of file. So the original files that I made, these are added clips. And then these are miscellaneous clips, not rendered, as in I still have to insert them. All of these all of these are clips that are somehow relevant to this. The ones in black have not been added yet. And then on top of that are things, these are all the tabs that I had to close from Google so that my Google would work properly, that I may or may not need to also reference. And I'm organizing it like this because if I don't organize this, I would go fucking insane. Comrie, news just in, Trump has bought a new baby grand for the White House. No, wait, apologies. Trump has just bought a baby grand in the Epstein files. Mm-hmm. Oh, right. I was checking to see if anyone was live that I could send you all over. I need to remember to actually raid people more. It's just usually by the time I'm done, I get raided primarily from pawn jumpers. So it's super late for them. So I can't really go and raid back to them because they're all in bed. But occasionally there is a program that I could raid to get noticed, but it doesn't look like anyone is live right now that I would raid to. Because I do have to know them at least. Okay, yeah, there's nobody live right now that I can see about raiding to. Oh, Looney Tunes, goddamn, that's a whole hell of a lot of content. Yes, yes. So the video essays are very clip heavy. So, like, how can non-TYT main be so structured, but then TYT is a mess? TYT is a mess, yeah. Comrie, how does Trump tell the difference between his ass and his asshole? Ivory and ebony. Looney Tunes is Environmental Coffee House live on YouTube. Because if they're streaming on Twitch, I can't do anything about that. Let's see, go mute this. Okay, yeah, it looks like she's live, so I will take this. See if I can do this right. Because I have to go in and edit the settings here. Is it customization that I go to? Redirect. Add. There we go. No, can I do that? Yeah, there we go. So I add that. Save. Okay, if I did this right, you should be raiding over into Environmental Coffee House. So everyone say hi to Sandy. And yeah, before I go though, I'll still do what I regularly do with all of this. Yeah, please like me on all social medias under Sandy Lopez and as Left of the Box. Please buy my book, linked in the description box below, and check out my Amazon wish list. Amber Nappy wants to say bye. Come on. No, maybe not. I can't guarantee when the next streams will be. It all depends on how Frodo is doing. But hopefully I can get onto you know, I don't have to cancel last minute on this space again. Maybe Tuesday I'll do a live stream about Megyn Kelly specifically, and we'll take it from there, but everything is reliant on Frodo at this point. But yeah, so then I will do this. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. Oh, and thank you to the mods, to everyone who has already become a member, helped out financially at all. I can still use help with Frodo's upcoming vet bills. You can do that through the PayPal link in the description box below. If you're Canadian, send an e-transfer to sandylovis@gmail.com. And here's an Abernathy. Yeah. And just thank you for all your wonderful support, the people who like and subscribe and all that sort of stuff. So, here we go. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy. This is Abernathy. Wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.